Thank you again. Welcome to the 2021 SAFETY4SEA Forum. In the course of the next 3 days, we will be discussing a number of topics that are on the top of the agenda. Day one today is devoted to the human element. We will be discussing on 3 panels and a number of presentations about crew welfare, about future skills, and of course the COVID impact, the pandemic impact on the operations and the human element across the industry. On the day 2, of course, at the end of the day, we have the broadcast of the SAFETY4SEA Awards. On the second day, tomorrow, we'll be discussing about safety processes and procedures. And on day 3, we have a couple of panels on ship safety. Now, in this panel, we will be discussing about crew welfare. And crew welfare is on the top of the agenda for several industry stakeholders, with several calls across the industry. We've seen the Neptune Declaration on seafarer well-being and crew change. We see a number of deliberations across several fora within the industry. And now is the right time to focus on the virtual role that seafarers play for a safe and sustainable shipping, as well as the whole trade and the economy, highlighting ways to improve the crew welfare and taking into account that the pandemic has added a number of challenges in the work and the daily life on board. So in this panel, we would like to work the key challenges of the pandemic with respect, of course, to the crew welfare, any trends, any responses, best practices, and of course, how should we as an industry should move forward and improve the crew welfare for the industry. Now, in order to host this discussion, we have a number of panelists. Let me introduce them to you. We have Mr. Simon Frank from Thome Group, Chief Human Resources Officer. We have Tom Jenkins, who is the Deputy Director of the Investigations Department of the Bahamas Maritime Authority. We have Joanna Kuhl, a Loss Prevention Executive with Alandia. We have Dr. William Moore, who is the Senior Vice President for Loss Prevention for the American Club. Dr. Periclis Tzardis, who is the Chief Medical Officer for Ship Medcare. And last but not least, we have Mrs. Anna Putzer, who is the clinical psychologist for mental health support solutions. So I would like to welcome you all to this panel, and I would like to start right away our discussion. And I would like to hear from you, what are the key challenges of this pandemic crisis for the shipping industry? And do you see any opportunities for crew welfare? What are your thoughts? What are your views on the issue? And I would like to hear your opening statements. I would like to start with the ladies of the panel. Let's start with Joanna Kuhl. Joanna.
Thank you. I'm happy to introduce the panel discussion. We have all heard of the difficulties with crew change, abandoned crews, and that is of course a humanitarian crisis and devastating for well-being. In my work, I have found that seafarers are really resilient and problem-solving people, but it's not fair to put them in situations that challenge their mental health. Seafarers is already a challenging occupation, and today it seems to be more stressful than ever. I think one opportunity for shipping companies is to really understand what matters for mental health and how it is applicable in their certain company. I think it was Claire Peckham at another SAFETY4SEA event who described it so well that it is very short-term thinking to cut costs for well-being. Unfortunately, if people have no knowledge in what humans need to help the business growth, always will prioritize the short-term benefits and rewards. Investments in crew well-being will not give profits that is shown in a couple of weeks. Investments in crew well-being will give return in accidents that never happened because the crew member was able to be clear and focus. It will be shown in the skilled people that apply because they find your company attractive. And it will give more trust and dedication to really give an effort to serve the company. The investment in crew's well-being is the smartest thing you can do if you plan to have a profitable shipping company in the long run, I think. So that's my grand opening. Please keep the discussion.
That's the initial take. Thank you, Joanna. Anna, let's hear from you. What are your thoughts from your perspective on the key challenges of this pandemic era?
Yeah, I think I'd like to follow up on something that Johanna said. I think we all know now, even though most of us are not seafarers, but even being restricted to apartments, not being able to see family and friends, being very restricted in our freedom, we know now a little bit what it could feel like being on a vessel for several months at a time with all of those restrictions. So I think the awareness for mental health is a lot bigger. But as Joanna said, we still don't have a very clear understanding about what the actual stress factors are on board that are causing mental health issues. So is it crew conflict? Is it fatigue? Is it the physical working environment? Is it the workload? So it's very, very important that we get a better understanding of what the individual factors are. And I think this is something that the shipping industry needs to look at more, because we do a lot of data collection when it comes to fuel consumption and ocean currents and sustainability, but no one knows how the crew is doing. No one knows the fatigue levels. No one knows the stress levels. No one knows whether anyone's suffering from anxiety. And I think that is one of the biggest opportunities that we need to have a look at what systems, what strategies can be implemented on board so that we can clearly identify the stress factors, identify the problems that are causing the mental health issues, and then based on that type of data, be able to have short-term as well as long-term interventions that are supporting the seafarers.
Okay, thank you, Anna. Simon, let's hear from you. You operate one of the largest fleets across the industry. What is your take on this?
Well, I first of all, I fully agree with the points Johanna and Anna has put up here. As an operator, as you mentioned here, of course, we have experienced the different phases, I would say, of the pandemic impact, where we started with basically crew changes not happening, then coming into a process where suddenly there was a lot of overdue crew and also a lot of seafarers at home that we had to correspond and communicate with. And then to where we are today, it's been a rough journey, and it still is. There's no ease still in the whole rotation around getting seafarers on board and off vessels today. Still a complicated process. Still demands a lot of resources and still putting a lot of pressure on the individuals that travels to and from our vessels. So we are, our experience is that we are nowhere near normal now. We still have a long way to go before we get to a place where we can probably call it normal again. But I just want to, on the welfare side, you asked in your question about, has there been any upsides? And I think there has been. I think there has been a need for all companies to really have a deep look into what are you doing on the welfare side, and that, in my view, has boosted a lot of initiatives, both on mental wellness and other welfare issues on board that at least hopefully will stay in some context when we are back to normal.
Yeah, I'll come back onto this. I would like to dig in a little bit more, but let's hear from the other panelists on their initial take. Bill, your thoughts?
Yes. First and foremost, I'd just like to start with the fact that we, as from the P&I perspective, and as with most P&I clubs, we're in a supportive role. We're here to support our ship owner members in whatever way we can. We have found, at least in during this pandemic era, but I think it also extends beyond that, particularly in this era where environmental issues tend to suck up all the oxygen in the room as it relates to efforts that are needed, particularly with greenhouse gases now that we see are coming. We've seen with ballast water treatment systems, MARPOL Annex 6, these types of things. Our ship owners are really, really looking to us to assist them and to provide guidance to them, very specific to safety-related matters, okay? This is a matter that was pre-pandemic. This is a matter that will be post-pandemic. And we've also found that basically the issue is that the focus should be on very much on seafarers, very much on their day-to-day operations. There's a mental health component of it, of course, but we also have a general concern and a need to really focus on situational awareness of seafarers in their work environment, which is exacerbated now under COVID and the new stresses that are involved with that. And we can talk a little bit about that during the course of the hour. Thank you.
Thank you. Periclis, your thoughts, your take.
Thank you, Apostolos. It goes without saying that key challenges for the shipping companies and the industry are to keep seafarers healthy, both physically and mentally, and while at the same time retaining functionality of the vessel and the industry, of course. So what can we do about that? Well, we can make sure that seafarers get a proper management of COVID disease on board, by having specialized physicians counsel them and using specialized equipment. Number two, they have to take all the preventive measures that are more or less well known to all of us in order to avoid the spreading of the infection along the rest of the crew. And they have to have all the measures for early diagnosis of the disease with COVID antigen and not antibody tests on board, and of course pre-boarding as well. And then last but not least, as you say, we have to have strict immunization protocols. As far as we are concerned, we have a system of close and systematic communication, both with the vessel and the shipping company wherever they have a COVID case on board. And we have also issued a list of special medication and equipment that can be used on board in order to tackle this kind of disease. So as far as the opportunities for the crew welfare, well, I think that seafarer unions, organizations, and the seafarer themselves should take this pandemic as an opportunity to drive or even force the shipping industry in providing continuous and specialized medical care for them. And this medical care should entail and utilize all the up-to-date means of communication, medication, and medical facilities and equipment on board. All this by taking advantage of easily available today technologies such as 5G and virtual reality, etc.
Okay. Tom, your thoughts on the key challenges of this pandemic crisis. I would like to move forward with another question on our next round of statements. Tom?
Thank you very much, and apologies, my internet has clapped out, so I've had to move desks, so hopefully you can still all hear me. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come and speak today. It's an honor to be here. I think some of the key challenges that we've seen, certainly from the outset, we initiated at the BMA a survey to try and capture some of the data that is impacting mental health and well-being of our seafarers. That ran for approximately 6 months or so. And some of the challenges that we've seen falling out, and I can discuss some of the details of that survey later on, but some of the challenges we've seen, I think in the short term, there's the impact on the supply chain globally. And there's obviously some concern about seafarers most impacted and unable to get a contract, to get off of ships displaced during the pandemic globally is a real cause for concern. I think the longer term aspect will certainly be
I think we have another technical issue with Tom. Tom, can you hear us? I think you can.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. We lost you at some point when you said that we were talking about the challenges you identified with your survey. Tom, I think we need to sort out the technical problem. There's a technical problem with Tom. Let's move on with another question I would like to ask as we discuss. I think if we, let's say, go back and travel in time, if we were, let's say, early 2020, and see what happened within the course of this, let's say, 20 months, 18 months of this pandemic, if we were about to let's say, rate the industry's performance, I think that's my take, we'll have performed better than what we expected to do if we go back and see how unprepared we were for this pandemic. But I think there's a lot of room for, we have identified significant room for improvement. I think so. And that's more or less what we received from several stakeholders. I would like to ask you, what have we learned out for crew welfare within the course of these last 20 months of this pandemic? And where do you see room for improvement, if possible? I mean, I fully agree with what Periclis said. Yes, the industry was unprepared for a number of issues, and this and this and this. Yes, we can go into technical details, but I would like to hear from you. Joanna, what do you see?
Again, I want to focus a bit actually on the mental health part, because what I have seen follow the discussions in our industry is that it has been plenty of discussion around mental health. It has been guidelines, and also the IMO Seafarer Crisis Action Team have, together with other stakeholders, supported seafarers that is in need due to COVID. That sort of intervention is great, but I feel a little bit worried that we do not talk about how to take care of our seafarers' well-being post-pandemic. Even before the pandemic, studies show that seafarers, compared to other working groups, had poor mental health, with high numbers of depression, anxiety, and suicidal ideation. I believe we as an industry need to focus on what we need to improve, as Anna said, also raising awareness of mental health, and not just as a buzzword, but really understand what it is and what is affecting it. We need more knowledge about how human functions and what are affecting their mental health on all levels in our industry. I am also a firm believer that MLC should add mental health practices to the convention. It is not something diffuse that couldn't be implemented in a procedure, and it is certainly a seafarer's right to have a workplace that takes responsibility and have standard proactive procedures for the seafarer's whole health. It is counterproductive for anyone to hide or feel ashamed about poor mental health. We do have to have more knowledge how we can prevent it and manage it in a structured way.
Yeah, I have a reservation, however. I fully agree with what you say. My reservation is about the information we have. I think Anna started mentioning about how to monitor and how to dig in and identify. I think all the surveys across the industry are in the low numbers, meaning we have run a survey like what Thome did. Thome, can you hear us? Thome, we cannot hear you. You are muted. Thome, you are muted. Can you unmute yourself?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes. I was just saying I have a reservation. The surveys across the industry are in the low figures. We have done a survey, we completed the survey, more or less the similar findings with what Thome has. Our participation was in the range of 15,000 people. Now, Thome, what the participation was in your survey, in the crew wellness survey you had?
Thanks, and apologies to everyone for keeping dropped out on the Wi-Fi. It's quite embarrassing. Our figures, we were just shy of the 4,000 mark.
That's okay. Meaning, I'm just saying, meaning these are very low figures when we have to speak about the industry. The industry is something in the range of 1.6 to 1.8 million seafarers. And what we see, we've seen this excellent initiative, the happiness index. On a quarter basis, the feedback they have, it's limited to a number of companies, less than 5, I think, 5 to 10 companies or some huge organizations, of course, But again, the number of participants in the range of 1,000, and that's it. So I feel that the industry is lacking of significant, and I'm coming to you because this was my comment before we come to you. I think that the industry is lacking the data. Before we go to what Anna said initially, we have to measure and then we have to decide on the short and long-term intervention. Anna, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. I mean, I've been in contact with Thome about the survey that they have done, and I think surveys are a good measure to get some data, but as you mentioned, it also has its various limitations. And I know from speaking to various seafarers that they are often also very scared of being honest on those types of surveys because they're worried about the consequences and the implications that it might have. And I think what's also important is that if you do a survey, it's an analysis and an evaluation of a seafarer's point of health status at one time. It doesn't tell you anything about how the seafarer is going to be feeling next week or next year or in another 6 months. So I think the necessity is for ongoing monitoring that places no extra burden on the seafarer, but rather takes the effort away. So there are various mechanisms out there. And I mean, we are working with various companies to do exactly that we do real-time ongoing monitoring of stress factors that influence mental health, such as fatigue and exhaustion and crew conflict, etc., etc. So there are mechanisms out there, but they obviously need to be adopted by more than just 5 companies or ship managers. So it really needs to be a general approach to making this data real-time and ongoing, and then also reacting on that so that the seafarers don't just have the feeling that they're being asked, but nothing is being done with the data, because then it's a very limited usability if you have data, but you're not actually doing anything with it.
Yeah. Simon, your thoughts. I'm sure you are running a number of surveys and you have data in your files.
Yeah, that is true. We have both been leaning towards what has been available in the market regards to survey data, but we have also done amongst our seafarers some surveys, and I think one of the seafarers as a breed or as an industry group are very resilient. It was mentioned in the beginning here that they have in general a very independent and strong mind in terms of how they have been educated and trained, and therefore that has been our benefit and our luck that we have had resilient people on board our ships. I think in many other categories of people ending up in a very isolated situation on board a ship, trading, not having shore leave would really have been in much more crisis. So I think that's been clear in the surveys we have done internally, and the other thing is that I agree also with the fact that as an industry, we have a kind of a mutual interest, all of us, to learn from what we are seeing now, and I mean trying to adapt the results of the surveys and the conclusions there. But more important, I think we as individual companies we have a responsibility to implement some changes based on this. And I think the surveys are going to be extremely important and vital, not just now, but also in the next couple of years to digest and learn from. But then it has to implement some type of action where you change the way that you are treating your seafarers, how you're setting up your welfare structure on board. One thing, small thing, but it's important. I think is that if you look at a vessel's budget, a budget for full year's crew wages, all crew and cost included, it's a relatively high amount to look at. But when you try to then point out how much are you spending on welfare compared to that huge amount, that's always a good discussion to take with the ship owner and say, are you shying away from making this investment, or do you see maybe the advantage of just putting a little bit extra into making sure that your seafarers are treated better and more I would say responsible in the way you have your system working.
Yeah, absolutely. Bill, I'm going back to the question I posed on this round. What have we learned within the next, within these, 20 months out of the pandemic, and where do you see room for improvement? Your thoughts. Bill, you are muted. Bill, you are muted. You are muted.
Sorry about that. It's interesting to see what's going on. One thing I will say, with all the organizations that I've been affiliated with, SAFETY4SEA, Intertanko, and the like, everyone is very focused on trying to do the right thing. That's been my experience so far. And I have to tip my hat to everyone that I've seen. I also have some concern over some of the things that I've seen recently in the press, particularly in Washington Post recently, or, you know, as you know, there's been an event that's been going on in California that that basically the side story has been, you know, what's been going on with crew welfare and these seafarers being, you know, allegedly trapped on board ship. That message doesn't bode well for our industry. But one of the things that I've seen, I think that Simon said it best, is that, and also maybe Joanna and others, the resiliency of the seafarer has been really strong. And one of the things that we've been trying to do, particularly that from the club side, is that when we do see, we only see mental health incidents allegedly if they become a claim. To be honest with you, it is difficult from the claims that we've actually seen about what the circumstances are and what the triggers have been necessarily with these particular cases. We are more than, you know, for all the reasons, the stigma, these types of things that are associated with that, difficult to draw some of those things out. But again, we're here as a support role for our ship owner members. We're here to support the ship owners as best we can. And with whatever information we have, with whatever we have that we can share and find out. And we try to do that as best we can. And still, we're looking at the challenges associated with that. Okay,
thank you. Bill, I'll come back to that because I have a follow-up question on this. Let's hear from Thome because he's having some sort of connectivity problems. Thome, what can you share with us about this survey you had? What would you like to share with us? What have you learned out of this pandemic with respect to crew welfare over the course of the last, let's say, 18, 20 months?
Thank you. I think it's been a very interesting 20 months or so. I think, as we've alluded to here, data is not the be-all and end-all, but it does help to paint that picture. It does give us a reflection of, and albeit not a large one, but it does give us a cross-broad on a number of vessel types, a number of demographics within the industry. It paints that picture. And I think some of the areas we've seen, and I must state also that this work has been conducted with the assistance of researchers from the University of Washington as well. But to give you a snapshot of some of the data that's indicating so far, we've got a high proportion of individuals that felt stressed and an increase in stress levels during the pandemic. I don't think that's probably news to anybody. The frequency of responders exhibiting symptoms of depression is higher than we've seen previously, and it's only increasing. I think, although not in the majority of cases, a proportion of the individuals exhibited generalized anxiety disorders, but that's at the time of taking the survey. And of course, that's one of the limitations of a survey of this type. Suicidal ideation was assessed and indicated a significant number of respondents felt that they'd be better off dead or thought of hurting themselves within a 2-week period of taking a survey. And that is quite worrying, obviously. And then seafarers are also asked whether they experienced any symptoms consistent with PTSD, and the results indicate a proportion clearly do. I think there are some worrying figures there, but of course it is only a small snapshot, but there's still so much that can be done. This is not something that is new. It's been highlighted during the course of the pandemic, but it's been on the radar for many years. it's good now that a number of organizations are taking action, a number of stakeholders are taking action to address it, but it's a very difficult metric to measure. Similar to fatigue, from a safety and investigative perspective, fatigue is very hard to measure. We have MLC, hours of work and rest, but to measure the impact of mental health and the well-being of our seafarers on safety, reliability, crew resilience is hard to measure. And that's all I would say on that aspect. And I think the more data that we have, the better. The more individuals that we can talk to and get that picture from an individual perspective, and also a broader perspective from owners, key stakeholders in the industry, will only benefit the bottom line at the end of the day.
Okay, I'll come back to that because I have a question for all of you, with the exception of Periclis. Periclis, your let's say, what have you learned out of this, the response of the industry over the course of the last 20 months, and where do you see room for improvement as we move forward, from your perspective? Periclis, you are muted. Periclis, you are muted. You are muted. Yes.
Okay, how about that? Can you hear me now? Okay,
yes.
Sorry about that. Our experience is that the shipping industry has shown an increased sensitivity concerning the mutual benefits to the seafarers and to themselves, the industry. I mean, if they face this pandemic as properly as they can. I think that there is some room for improvement nowadays. And thus has to do mainly with the vaccination protocols. There should be great efforts to persuade, first of all, the seafarers that they should vaccinate it, and then they have to be organized large-scale vaccination protocols, both before the seafarers come aboard and in case they are already on board, some kind of vaccination, preferably with the one dose, of course, for logistic reasons, the one dose vaccine. And apart from that, all vessels should be equipped, as I already mentioned, with a COVID antigen test. And of course, all seafarers should undertake a PCR test or a COVID antigen test before going on board. And these tests have to be interpreted by specialized physician. You don't just have to have a paper that says PCR negative or PCR positive. There has to be some kind of, let's say, explanation of what this actually means. And of course, special medication and equipment. I had a very frustrating experience of a vessel being outside, not the Bahamas, I think it was the Bikini Islands or whatever, it doesn't really matter. We had a severe case of COVID disease on board. The patient could not go abroad because it was restricted, and they had to fly to parachute in oxygen tanks where there are oxygen machines that can produce oxygen out of thin air. So there has to be a direction. Somebody has to direct the companies, the shipping companies, to provide whatever it is necessary on board to face this crisis. And of course, there is another aspect. I don't know if I have time to tackle on that. What happens from then on? I mean, apart from the pandemic, what there's need, in our opinion, for the industry to obtain on board.
That would be something else.
We can
discuss it later. Now, I would like to go back. I would like to ask Simon first, and my follow-up question to what I think all of you mentioned. There is a number of significant challenges if we would like to measure the anxiety, for example, fatigue, and so on and so forth. These, let's say, delicate issues. There are a number of ways to do it, of course, but there are several challenges. So I would like to ask, I've been in the industry too many years, why is it so difficult? I mean, is it due to the seafarers? Is it due to the lack of the measurement, let's say, mechanisms and processes and so on and so forth? We don't know how to do it. Why do you think we have so many challenges? We have to discuss this at some point Simon, I would like to start with you. And when we move to the clubs have significant amount of data in their hands that the industry is not aware of. There is an ongoing initiative, a new initiative on the IG. And at some point, I think the industry will be aware of some analysis of the data they have on the claims. So, but we'll go to the clubs a little bit later. Simon, your thoughts, why is it so difficult, I mean, to spot on and identify these challenges?
I need more than a minute and 30 seconds here, but I think it's very complex. I think what the one thing that the COVID crisis has done to our industry has really been exposing some of the big challenges we have, and amongst them, of course, is how do we ensure we as a business are acting in some kind of a constructive way that is supported by majority. But you know, as a ship managing company as we are, and working with a range of different owners, we are in a good position. We have some very good owners and good partners that we've been working with for a long time. But we also see that in this particular case and this particular time we are going through now, there's many different approaches to how they suggest that we resolve the situation, the crisis on board their vessels. And trying to manage that as just as a smaller manager as we are is a big challenge. We have a principle, of course, that we will go out and guide our owners in how to run their vessels technically responsible, including how to manage their crew on board. But we have seen that COVID has been perceived in so many different ways, and there's been lots of discussions on the expenses. There's been lots of discussion on let's say non-health and non-safety related issues that we would have been, you know, much happier that we have not been forced to take. But I think, you know, that's just a reflection of how our industry has been developing, and even in a crisis situation as we are seeing now. There's not a uniform approach to things. Yes, there's a lot of learnings, and I'm sure as individual companies there are a lot of learnings picked up now. But we are building on our experience in the business, and of course COVID hasn't changed the structure and the attitude from many of the significant players in our industry. And we still, you know, it's just been really an expose of some of these different approaches and different ways of trying to deal with things, and not even a crisis like this has, in my view at least, brought us very much closer together. Yes, again, learnings are there, and I'm sure, you know, also way years ahead there's going to be a lot of positive pickups from what has been. But I clearly recognize our industry through this crisis. I think we had the problem before. I think we still have the problem that there's not a uniformed approach. I think Periclis, the example of having a very sick seafarer on board a ship is a very good bad example of yes, we have had cases where vessels has been lying outside a port but denied entry, even with people being very sick on board. And the commercial interests and other interests has been superseding the care for welfare and welfare of human beings. So yeah, we are not in a good place, but hopefully we will, you know, pick up some learnings that will, you know, long term bring some more kind of let's say awareness into our industry.
Okay, Tom, what's your take? Well, you have a number of ship owners flying the flag. What's your take? Why is it so difficult? What do you see?
Thank you. I think there are a number of issues, but I think there are two main levels. I think you've got the local level, and then you've got the geopolitical level. And I think the geopolitical level, as we've seen, has created some or many issues, as well as solving many issues. But ultimately, if we're looking at providing assistance to ship owners, then we need, as Simon said, a unified, coordinated approach with states. We've seen in a lot of cases national priorities overtaking the needs of transportation and supply, for example, particularly when you look at health ministries and the protection of the general public. Those are some of the issues that that internationally we're seeing, and then we've on a local level had to try and fit within that, and we have to try and provide and facilitate crew change, vaccination, both getting seafarers on and off through certain highways, and dealing at the moment, one of the biggest issues, although the world is opening back up in many places, there are issues of quarantine and how that then impacts getting seafarers on and off the ship in a timely manner, bearing in mind, obviously, the commercial entity that shipping is. So there are many issues, and I think it's really important as we go forward to try and identify those lessons and learn from them. There are, and I will probably talk to it later, some of the local areas that we can focus on from a seafarer, ship owner perspective, and then at the member state international legislative area that I think requires some work as well. Hopefully we'll be able to put all those learnings together and take that forward, but only time will tell, unfortunately.
That's a good bridge for me for my next question about any sort of legislative proposals, but that's my next round of questions. I have Joanna and Bill, I would like their feedback. Why do you feel it's so difficult for the industry as a whole to get feedback from what is going on board ships? As you mentioned, we don't have too many ship owners, we don't have too many ships, we don't have too many seafarers participating in several initiatives. Why do you think it's so difficult, Bill? Bill.
You said Joanna and Bill, so sorry. I thought no. I shared some of the thoughts that have already been expressed. Seafarers don't necessarily want to share what's going on, and we've even seen that in reflection of claims that may be mental health related. A lot of that is not necessarily coming out as being something as obvious as it may be, although there may have been a mental health component. So I honestly think that as long as there is a stigma associated with mental health related issues, there will always be a challenge. Even in good companies who are open to this. We've seen this with a couple of our members. We had some recent conversations with them about this. And they're very open to things. They're very open to giving people opportunity and a bit more flexibility. But even they have a challenge because people just really, they're concerned about their jobs. They don't necessarily want to share such events. Not only the stigma, but a lot of people don't understand it. They are in their own state of denial that there's an issue. We've seen that also and experienced that. So I think there are some challenges to actually trying to get more information on these things, whether you're doing studies outside, which I think are fabulous, even though you're capturing only a small sliver of the seafarers. Those who do respond usually tend to be very good about what they actually are responding about and trying to be open about it. We try to attack it from the claim side, not always as easy as a task. Thanks.
I was thinking of hosting a presentation of the challenges we face with any sort of survey. We've seen companies based or operating with, for example, I'm just saying the example of Chinese seafarers, and they say if you don't have, for example, the questionnaire on the Chinese, you don't get any sort of reliable feedback in Chinese. And I'm just stating the Chinese because it's a significant number of seafarers being Chinese. So I'm just that does not necessarily apply. For example, with the Filipinos, they have a good understanding of English. I'm just saying there are several challenges, and you have many nationalities. You have to have the questionnaire on their own language and so on and so forth.
Oh yeah, there's cultural challenges along with all the other things too, and like you say, there's special challenges to certain seafarers. I agree.
Oh, I fully agree with what you say, Joanna. Your thoughts before we move to the next question on why it's so difficult to have some sort of reliable feedback and maybe extended feedback from the industry?
Yeah, I agree with all the other that is a complex question, and I also agree with Will that it is it has a cultural factor attached to it that can make it difficult, because mental health means different things in different cultures also. But I don't think that's the main reason why it's hard to get the statistical feedback about how it looks like in our industry, because we have huge database, we have collaboration, we have, for example, Thome's database to look at, and we do a lot of statistical research in a risk perspective. But I feel, at least coming from a psychology background, a research psychology background, that when you look at core causes, root cause, when you're talking about risk, it's very hard to have the right categories to actually draw some conclusions from the database. And I think that is the main problem I have had when trying to analyze data and get some conclusions out of it. So I would say that is the main problem. We have to, I think it's still also new. The pandemic it's still new, so we haven't had the time to really think through the data and how to get the right data so we can describe it and give the right feedback to the industry.
I fully agree that the industry is on the early stages of the learning curve on a number of issues, but I would fully agree with what Simon said on his just opening words. I think that the industry is extremely resilient. We should be happy that the seafarer is an extremely resilient creature. So in that sense, we are happy with this, being in this industry, because they are resilient. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone to the sea. So that's a good starting point. Anyway, now, my next one is about, as we move forward, I stopped Periclis earlier on, as we move forward, looking post-pandemic, maybe a few months from now, what do you see? Should there be any sort of legislative proposals, any ideas that we should more or less try to not mandate, but let's say put it on the table, on the discussion table as we move forward, to make the lives of those on board a little bit easier? Periclis, I'm starting with you because I stopped you earlier on. What's your take on this?
Thank you, Apostolos. There are three main topics I would like to address. Let's start with pre-boarding. Okay, we are away from the pandemic. I'm talking in a general situation here. So there is a critical need not only to standardize the pre-boarding medical examinations per age group and per depending on the personal medical history. So we have to do that. You cannot have somebody that is 65 years old and is obese and diabetic and have the same workup as somebody that is 30 years old. And not only that, the aim of the pre-boarding medical examination should not be to get a fit for duty documentation, and that is, these results should be reevaluated, and then we should have guidelines concerning the individual seafarer, so as to diminish the risk of medical incidents occurring on board. So it's not a bureaucratic, it should not be a bureaucratic matter. All these exams should be reevaluated and reassessed. Now, this is the pre-boarding. Now, as far as the on-board situation, we cannot rely on a general practitioner talking over the phone and giving his respected, of course, opinion. We should have a backup of specialized physicians like cardiologists or ophthalmologists, or even psychologists and psychiatrists in order to deal with specific situations. And last but not least, after somebody has been examined ashore or has been hospitalized, and then he returns back to the vessel with some instructions, there has to be a follow-up. The physician that made the first diagnosis over the phone or the email or the whatever, the video call, he has to be informed, and he is the one that is going to follow up the patient when he returns from the port medical examination. So there has been a continuity of surveilling the medical case. If you take it an example for myself or yourself, is something you would like to have when you are ashore. So I think it is mandatory to be provided to the seafarers as well. And one small, very small last, if I may, as far as the present situation is concerned, I think that local legislation and requirements around the world should be unified, so that we know that when somebody approaches, a vessel approaches any harbor, then all the logistic and handling issues concerning crew chases, and especially visiting to hospitals or poor medical situations, they have to be unified. They have to be the same. You cannot have another legislation in Piraeus and another one in New York and another one in the Bahamas.
But this, I'm afraid, this cannot change. At least in our lifespan. That's my view. In our lifespan. Tom, what's your take? You mentioned earlier on some sort of legislative proposals maybe we have to consider.
Thank you. I think it's important to recognise that the pandemic has not, or one of the negative consequences of the pandemic has not been the impact or the effect of mental health. Mental health, as I said earlier, has been around for a very long time. And from my early years at sea, it was in existence, and it still is today. So I think there are, I think what the pandemic has helped do is bring that to the forefront for people to identify, both at shore and at sea, the trials and tribulations that seafarers go through. I think from a local level, sort of what I'd call on the ground direct responses to mental health, some of the solution providers that are available, providing there's good communication to have or provide an opportunity for seafarers to talk to somebody. But as Periclis mentioned, it's important to always have that follow-up, and it's no good just picking up the phone, talking to someone, and then it's forgotten about, because that isn't necessarily generally the case with mental health. I think owners need to have a look at themselves from a duty of care perspective, ownership of the asset, and look at how that culture and stigma is associated on board and implemented, and learn throughout the organisation, both at sea, throughout the leadership on board and ashore, and make sure that everybody's on the same page of what is mental health, what is the well-being, and why is it so important. And we know why it's so important, not just from an individual basis, but also from the safety, the operational capability of the vessel, the reliability. All of those form a part of that chain. I think the other areas that we need to look at are some of the facilities on board, and lots of owners have done some great work in implementing some key facilities, whether it's fitness, health regimes, better food, social care, etc. on board, and that's great, and that should be encouraged. It can only help to improve the situation. But to get to your question, the legislative side, I do think there is a need to focus down the ILO MLC route. MLC was not written with a pandemic in mind, and that's no fault of the member states that wrote it. No one could have foreseen that, but I do think it's probably about time that we now reopen MLC, have another look at it through a different lens, the lens that is a pandemic. I think that would be important, and I think that's a key instrument to focus on going forward in the future. I also think STCW, from a aspect of training, I think training those individuals to raise awareness on mental health and provide a provision within STCW on training and well-being, and having a component of that contained within that legislative requirement. And then pre-boarding mental health. We look at the physical aspect of our seafarers, but we don't touch on the mental health aspect, and that's as equal as important. So those are the sort of three areas I think going forward. We've got a lot of data to look at, and we're open to ideas, and it will be a collaborative approach, a unified approach across the board, because that's the only way you're going to implement change.
Yeah, Simon, your thoughts. I'm sure you're implementing most of what we have so far, Your thoughts on what should the industry put on the discussion table as we move forward?
I think there's two sides to this, and I agree with there has to be a thorough look at the legislation, and mentioned MLC, but even also I agree with Tom with regards to STCW requirements should probably also be adjusted to what we have learned now. So on long term, I think that's initiatives that will help us as a business. But on short term, I'm just coming a little bit back to the point that also relating to the discussions we've had here about surveys and trying to get as much information out of these as possible. As an operator, you're not in a good place if you just rely on the service or surveys that you can access. You have to also depend and trust the relationship that you have with your seafarers that has been building directly throughout years and interaction. And I fully agree with there's always reservations regards to what you will find when you go out and ask formally about things. But as a company, you remain to be responsible for acting also on other things and taking more direct actions regards to the direct dialogue that you have with your pool of seafarers. And I think that as a company, that's going to be important going forward. Yes, I think we have probably been like everybody else been investing the last 18 months in strengthening our mental awareness program, in supporting our seafarers on mental awareness, on building welfare elements on board our ships, and it's been a good learning in that sense to let's say expedite the process that we probably wouldn't have done in the last 18 months if we hadn't had the pandemic. But it's also about now to stay with that momentum, making sure that you build on what you have been introducing, and probably also put a little bit more pressure on your partners, your owners, and making sure that they understand these relations a little bit better. Because as an owner using a manager, you are one step further away from your vessels on the technical side at least, and on the personnel side. So there's plenty. That's what I meant about taking the learnings as a shipping operator today. You have to do the actual operational things as well, and really be assessing yourself in terms of are you doing the right things, and taking an individual, I'd say, as a company responsibility as well. But I really enjoy to hear these discussions about. I think it's excellent to again the legislation. Yes, by all means, if we could pick up the learnings on the MLC side and amend the MLC, that would be a big help going forward. But of course, again, it's a concern that these things are not short term. It will go through all the instances, and there will be, I'm sure, a very timely process and time demanding the short horizon.
Thank you, Simon. Bill, and we'll leave Joanna at the end to close the same way that we opened. Bill, your thoughts?
Well, I'm always skeptical about making comments about need for more legislation. I think a lot of what we need to do, we know now what we already need to do, and we also have issues with complying with and with the current legislations that are in place. One thing I would like to just say on the pre-employment examination side, real briefly, we've applied pre-employment medical examination mandatory system for certain nations for the club for many years. Only recently, in 2019, we actually took out our mental health requirement because it was just that we were more concerned with the testing and with regard to what it was telling us and really what it was not telling us. And we have been looking at grappling with how can we deal with that better. On a legislative side, ILO, MLC, STCW, there's always means for and need for tweaks and amendments to that. How that's done properly is something which is always a challenge. On the STCW side, with regard to training for mental health, yes, we do think there is something in there, there's some merit to that. How that's done, IMO training course, how that's organized. I think there are some good people out there, smart people out there that can help us do that. On that note, because I know that we're very close on time, and I do not want to take Joanna's final thunder, please, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Bill. Thank you very much. Joanna, your thoughts in order to conclude the panel.
Yeah, of course, I agree. To summarize it is not enough with awareness. We also have to do education and action. I think that's a great way to summarize it. But I also want to mention everybody that is listening that it is a lot of guidelines out there for mental health on board. So it's not hard to find practical guidelines to follow. There are many courses to train resilience and train awareness about mental health and well-being. And what I want to say is there are a lot of materials out there, but what we must do is to prioritize by any industry stakeholders, regulatory frameworks and shipping companies is to implement knowledge about mental health on all levels, update procedures and implement tools that strengthen mental health and well-being. So that would be my final words then.
Okay. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you all for this interesting presentation. I would like to thank our viewers, and of course, I would like to ask our viewers to enjoy a couple of presentations to prepare them for the next panel. We will be discussing about future skills. Thank you all very much, and we will be in touch. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Emmanolia Kolias, and I'm the Sales Director for the Mintras Marketplace. Today, I'm going to be doing a presentation, training in a post-pandemic world and how COVID-19 has driven digitalization within our industry. The pandemic forced many of our interactions, whether it be at work or even in our personal lives, into, you can say, an online or virtual world. Almost overnight, people started working from home. Education and training adopted an online model through e-learning and virtual classrooms. And what we saw in the first half of 2020, almost 100% of in-person training was canceled across Europe and Asia, and over 50% in North America. Now, a survey from CPD basically said that 50% of employers adopted online training across all industries. Now, when we look at the maritime industry, these statistics, I know we all know them, but I do feel because they're very important, we need to keep making sure everybody sees these statistics. When it comes to the maritime industry, the world moved on and to this new way of working, but our seafarers were kept in a state of limbo. At the height of the crew change crisis, there were an estimated 400,000 who were waiting repatriation. One leading Philippines-based crew provider alone reported a 54% drop in seafarer deployment in 2020. Now we're in 2021. Yes, this number is not at 400,000 anymore, but we're only halfway there. There's still around 200,000 seafarers that are still waiting. Now, what does this mean? While they're on board, they're not able to access the training, their required training that they need to have. And during this time, learning, training, career progression for them, for the seafarers on board, has basically halted, with no way of getting on shore for the training centers, and many unable to access learning on board. Many now find themselves with lapsed certificates. There's absolutely no doubt that the crew change crisis has made maritime careers less attractive. So let's think about this statement a little bit. We have cadets that are basically learning to get into this industry. They want to become seafarers, but they see exactly how the governments have treated the seafarers. They've seen how difficult the last year has been for them. Why would we have any future cadets or the cadets still interested in their programs? Even before the pandemic, there were signs of manpower crisis. The latest BIMCO report, the BIMCO ICS workforce report, charting the past 5 years, has highlighted a current shortage of approximately 25,000 STCW accredited seafarers, with this number expected to increase, which is completely normal. Even before the report also predicts that 89,510 additional officers will be required by 2026, and demand is outpacing supply. But how can we close this gap when in-person training is still limited and those who require to undergo training are unable to access because they have been stuck on board a vessel in some cases for over a year? Now, we all know what happens when we have increased demand and low supply. So rightfully so, these seafarers, we can see the cost of the seafarer going up, meaning salaries will go higher, which is completely understandable because they do keep our economy going, I should say, and growing. But these are going to be costs that companies are not prepared for. And what happens when these costs go up? Training budgets go down. And this is what we saw in the height of the pandemic. So thanks to, I shouldn't say thanks to the pandemic. So we've had, because of the pandemic, of course, we had the rapid adoption of technologies across a whole range of industries. These were adopted at a rate of days, weeks, as opposed to months and years that we would normally anticipate. And I truly commend our shipping companies and our crewing managers and ship management companies on how they handle the situation, because overnight, their job roles have completely changed. Only 10% of seafarers state that they have an internet connection while working on board, and opportunities for workplace training through methods such as e-learning are limited unless the ships have the right infrastructure in place. We know there is still a certain stigma in the maritime around e-learning, a perception in that in-person training is the only way or the best way. But the fact that so many training centers had to close during the pandemic has had an impact on those taking examinations on shore. So let's take the Philippines, for example. The number of officers passing technical exams in 2020 was 1,664. Just 12 months earlier, it was 5,221. Training centers that pivoted towards online have been successful, and the ones that were that had adopted an online model prior to the pandemic succeeded faster than the ones that didn't. There's still a lot of work to do when it comes to the required training that goes on for seafarers. We need to have, in STCW, for example, we need to start having our flag states adopt more of an online model when it comes to these. That demand that I was letting you know in the previous slides, this is going to increase because of the fact that we are so, I shouldn't say reluctant, but so slow in adopting the online model for these type of courses. And of course, there are courses that simply cannot be done online, but the most important, like the refresher courses, they can simply be done. There are many benefits to the online learning. Basically, with online learning, you can do the training in anywhere where appropriate. The learner, while they develop, instead of having it front loaded at the start of their career, it ensures their competences are always up to date, and they use their time constructively on board to gain industry recognized training. It promotes a well-being while at sea and raises the morale. Employers ensure that employees are appropriately trained, certified, and competent. They reduce the risks of non-compliance. Online learning is more time and cost efficient, as can be done anytime, anywhere, with no requirement to attend training centers. Now, this last statement, I want to make it very clear. Online training does not replace what can be done in a training center. Online training is here to be able to supplement what is done in the training center. A lot of talk about the drive towards digitalization in maritime and how AI, automation, and big data will be the future. It's not just about the new technology, but also about getting the best from your existing technology. Many of the solutions that will address the training gap already exist within the industry. We just need to adopt them. For example, you have your online learning management systems. It provides HR and crewing managers with an overview of training and competency needs with the organizations and individual roles. You have digital learning management systems that allows crew managers to give seafarers a more personalized learning experience. Thereby, they achieve better learning outcomes. Your seafarers are more inclined to undertake the training if they can see the relevance of it to their role and that achieving qualifications will further their career opportunities. This is a given. And many organizations are still running their competency requirements from paper files and spreadsheets. But this can now be done at a click of a button, and you save time and money, reducing the risk of non-compliance. My last statement is truly one of the most shocking statements that I could that I had when I was making this presentation, only because to think that companies are still following spreadsheets for their training matrices and ensuring compliance with their seafarers, it leaves so much room for human error. Now, another aspect, if you think about it, because unfortunately, COVID is not going to go anywhere anytime soon. Although the COVID-19 vaccine rollouts are offering hope of bringing an end to the crew change crisis, this virus will impact the operations for many years to come. Despite calls from the Neptune Declaration for Seafarers to be made a priority group for vaccines, data this month showed only 31.1% of seafarers have actually been vaccinated. This is compared to around 50% of the population in large shipping nations in Europe, North America, and Asia. Therefore, the role of the crewing managers will still be incredibly difficult, perhaps even more because of the requirement of vaccine status to travel, other restrictions, and localized lockdowns. Now, I know the way to get around this. We simply have to have a unified voice when it comes to us as an industry, and having every country recognize their seafarers as key workers. This way, it'll make it easier for the crewing managers and the companies to make sure that they can properly develop their seafarers. Now, in the future, crew managers are going to have to spin a lot of plates, which, of course, like they have been, you have your human capital management software, which they can ensure that they have the right people in the right place at the right time for the pool of available seafarers. The future is really about digital, and while maritime could be described as being resistant to change, or at least slower than other industries to implement it, there should be no reason to fear it. While we may think the technology that is a disruptor, the disruptor here in our industry is the people who are prepared to be brave enough to use it and bring about change. Technologies can change the way we work and learn instead of working harder. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Erik Green. I'm the Managing Director of Green Jacobsen. Delighted to be here again at the SAFETY4SEA conference. It's always a pleasure. I love the format. It's an extremely nice place to talk about safety and safety performance. Super good. Today, I'm going to be talking about how we drive and direct human performance using the Delta method. I'm going to be talking about the Delta method, which is developed by Green Jacobsen, what it does, the thoughts behind, and how you can use it strategically to drive and direct human performance, because it's one of the areas which is often difficult to drive. The Delta method I'm going to be talking about. First question is, does it work? Yes, we feel the Delta method works, and we can actually document it, as you can see on the graph on the left-hand side. But you could say it requires a new mindset, and it doesn't work like a piece of technology, because we're talking people, we're talking culture, we're talking about perceptions, thinking, and other things. So it's a different mindset, but since humans have a large impact, if not the largest impact on performance, it's extremely important that we discuss how we can direct and drive human performance. First of all, to understand where I'm coming from, I would like to show you just a few ideas about how humans think and how reality occurs. What I do is I distinguish between three levels of reality: a scientific approach, a phenomenological approach, and a social construction approach, or constructivism. We could also say digital life, private life, and public life. When it comes to the scientific approach, this is often how the industry is driven. We talk about it as objective, and it's independent of humans. Truth is based on facts. Knowledge is objective, person independent. As I said, Newton's second law doesn't depend on a person. Newton's second law always rules. Focus on effect, facts, and impact. If we were to look at it from a operational perspective, from an industry maritime perspective, you could say we try to be objective in our procedures. We try to be objective in the process flows we make. We try to be as objective as possible in the guidelines we provide or the maps we have. But as the army say, the military says, if the maps don't fit any longer, reality takes over. Then we look at what's going on around us. So you could say these are only the starting point, but in many ways very objectively described. Now, if we look at the individual, you could say the private life, as individuals, we experience. So reality is what we experience. It appears for our senses. The world appears in some way for someone. Truth and reality is an individual experience. In other words, we might be in the same situation, but how we feel and how we look at it and what we experience is different from person to person. Knowledge is objective, person dependent. So if I had autism, I would see things totally different than someone who doesn't have autism, because my world appears in a different way. And therefore, you can always discuss what is the right way. Intelligence, of course, influences. Focus is on meaning, values, and virtues, and inner motivation. And if we were to look at what you can observe, or what through behavior and communication, people might be saying, I can't hear you, I don't care. They might say, he told me to do it. Oh my God, how stupid. You can do it yourself. You could continue. The way I see things is. So that is all about how people perceive and how humans perceive as individuals. But if we look at it from a social constructivism perspective, the public life, this is where you also have a very subjective way of saying what is right and wrong, what is good and bad, but it's very dependent on culture. It's about the subjective social constructs, and truth is a shared articulation, or you can say, this is how we do things around here. So this is the right way. And if we are to perform correctly, this is how we do things. And if you listen to what people say, this is how we do it. Here we share thoughts, could be one thing. Here the office is king. In other words, this is how we do things here. Toolbox, meetings, talks, we do in the morning. We always intervene. That might be another way of looking upon what is right and wrong. Now, to understand the Delta method, I need to just give you, just to look at these two guys, Daniel Kahneman and John Dewey. Kahneman is a Nobel Prize winner and has actually described how people react and how they from time to time miss out on things, but also where they can be very strong. It's called thinking slow, thinking fast. And what he says as a starting point is mental effort, I would argue, is relatively rare. Most of the time we coast. What he means is that we don't always direct our attention or think properly about things. We sort of coast through life, not really stopping up to say what is right and wrong, what is the right solution here. And then you have John Dewey, who's the father of reflective learning. He says the most important attitude that we can be formed is that of desire to go on learning. In other words, you say, we've got to keep on learning. We need to keep an eye on that. And Kahneman says, really, if we are to do that, we should stop coasting and maybe be more focused in what we're doing. So you could say, bearing in mind the quotes of Dewey and Kahneman, when we're talking the Delta method, we're talking about directing attention, because the Delta method is all about trying to get people to reflect and think about things. But before we go into details here, you can say when you look at a seafarer on board a vessel, there are many things they need to think about in order to perform properly. And the way they think about it, the way they understand it as individuals, but also how they as teams, the culture on board, work with these things has a very high impact on the performance. So if we look at these different areas, and there are many more, you could ask yourself, where and how does the seaman direct his and her attention, and how focused is it? And that I know from the many safety maturity assessments we've done, talking to hundreds of seafarers, when we ask them the question, so how is your performance in this specific area? We know that they direct their attention towards different things. So it's not necessarily the same things they direct their attention to, they direct them to different things. And that can from time to time be a problem, because they direct them towards maybe things which are not so important, whereas they should be thinking about something else. So the Delta method, what we try to do is to get them to direct their attention. And you could also see it from another perspective, that we as humans, the more we direct our attention towards a specific thing and we direct them to the correct things, and you could also call them the number of evaluators, the more or the higher the probability is that we will find usable, safe solutions. And if we don't move away from the starting point, which is research claims that we seldom move away from, and as Kahneman says, we coast, then we will not increase the probability of performing properly. In other words, if we don't take into account what human thinks, how they work together, if we don't talk about that, we will then not increase the probability of having a strong performance. So what is it the Delta method does? Well, as I said, we direct attention. So we have in the Delta method right now, we have 9 areas we look into. Risk management, health and well-being, safety reporting. The way we do it is that we ask this crew to answer approximately 15 questions where we direct their attention towards what is considered key areas to discuss, understand and evaluate seen from a performance perspective. When the crew have answered these 15 questions, we provide an auto-generated report, which is a performance mirror. So this is how we see ourselves, and I will be showing it afterwards. So with this report in hand, they can have a dialogue, the second step of the Delta method. And when they have a dialogue, they can discuss what they do bad and good, and then they can start developing what they need to change because it's not so good, or start doing more of because it's really good. And that's extremely important. So they direct their attention towards what is really good, start doing more of that, and they also direct their attention towards what is not so good so that they can change it in the future. In other words, it's a very proactive way of addressing performance before anything goes wrong. So the Delta method is directing attention, and really what we are doing in a nutshell is to get the crew to think about do more of, or what they can do more of that they are doing well, or correct what they are not doing so well. And the way it's done is, as I said, it's a method to uncover private and social understandings. And on your right side, you will see a very brief example of a report. And if you look at it, you will see there are some gray bars, there are some squared boxes, triangles, and diamonds. The boxes represent the senior officers' understandings. The diamonds represent the junior officer understandings, and the triangles represent the ratings understanding on board a specific vessel. Now, if we look at the first one up here, you will see the average is pretty low, but there's a great agreement because the gray bar is very small, it's not very wide. In other words, the difference in opinion, which the gray bar represents, is very small. So you will see here that on board this specific vessel, too many rush job preparations result in unsafe job execution. That is not an optimum way of having performance on board, and it is decided by the people on board. This is people performance in a nutshell. If we look at the next one, you will see, generally speaking, if you look at all the bars, which is something we see very often, the senior officers are more positive in every area than the juniors and ratings. And if you look down here, you would see the gray bar is very wide. So there's a big difference in perception of how the seniors see it and the juniors and the ratings see it. You would see them very low. They see things far more negatively than the seniors. But only if they start talking together, they will figure out why they see things this differently, and what is it that they need to change in order to become better in this area. But there again, we direct their attention to a specific area. And as it says, fairly often the crew feel they lack the skills to identify all the risks in the job. And then we ask a few questions to make them reflect. So we direct their attention towards a specific area, which is important for them to manage in order to have a high performance seen from a risk management perspective. Now, again, as I said, Delta method, does it work? Yes, I could talk long about it, but I don't have the time for this. But if you look at the curve on your left-hand side, you would see that this is taken from a specific client using the Delta method, that over the years, you will see an improvement in ability to manage these different areas. That because you direct their attention towards them, you get an increased awareness of how this is done in the right possible way. So Delta method, directing attention, if you want better human performance, we need to help people direct their attention towards what is the most important things. And with these words, I want to thank you for your attention and hope that I have been able to inspire you. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the Future Skills panel. After a couple of very interesting presentations, we would like to discuss now about the skills required for the industry as we move forward. What a few years ago was considered to be the future of work has already arrived. With COVID-19 accelerating automation, it is expected to displace more than 85 to 90 million of jobs by 2025 across the globe, according to the World Economic Forum. At the same time, BIMCO and ICS have warned the industry that we must significantly increase training and requirement levels in order to avoid a serious shortage in total supply of officers by 2026. And of course, as we move forward, that will be a challenge. Now, in this, I would like to discuss what are the key skills that anyone should have working as on board. What are the future skill requirements for the maritime industry? The effects of the fourth industrial revolution. That's an interesting topic. How should the training be transformed to adapt to new reality? How will the seafarer workforce look like in 2030 as we move forward? And how concerning is the crew shortage and where ship operators need to set their attention? Now, in order to have this discussion, let me introduce our panelists. We have Mr. Ketil Flood. Ketil is the Chief Commercial Officer with Mintra. We have Erik Green, who is the CEO and partner with Green Jacobsen. Have Dr. Konstantinos Poulis, Konstantinos, General Manager of Epsilon Hellas. Captain Nikolo Terei. Captain Nikolo is owner representative for Agustea Ship Manning in Philippines, based in Manila. And last but not least, we have Bill Truelove. Bill is the Managing Director of Sea Smart, the training center of Carnival, based in Netherlands. I would like to thank you for joining us into this discussion. And I would like to start right away by asking you to have your opening statements. My initial question is, what have we learned out of the pandemic? How has the pandemic maybe accelerated the training needs we have? And what have we learned with respect to the skill challenges we have in the industry? I'd like to start with Kostas.
Yeah, thank you, Apostle, and thank you for the invitation. Just a broad comment before we go into the specific skills-related discussion. What I have personally learned out of the approximately 6,000 seafarers we employ on a daily basis is that we are very proud of them. They are very patient, very resilient, and for the first time, I see that there are no cross-national differences with regards to that. All nationalities, all seafarers have been extremely resilient and patient in what we currently experience. And without those people, and we have to shout it out loud, without those people, global trade would have collapsed in the midst of the pandemic. I'm extremely proud of the people employed not only in Epsilon and through Epsilon, but across the world, and they have demonstrated skills that even we people in doing business haven't even thought that those people possess. And this makes us extremely happy, extremely proud, and extremely optimistic about the future, which we will be discussing today.
Okay, thank you. Ketil, your thoughts? Ketil, you are muted.
Sorry, it was muted. I think the pandemic has sort of a challenge to everyone, both the shipping companies and companies like Mintra who operate within the training industry. So we've seen a lot of customers that are struggling with not being able to complete the crew change and everything, and you have seafarers that are not seeing the family for much longer than they normally do, And all of that has required additional training and these challenges, we haven't faced them before in this way. So we've seen customers of us that have been focusing on making sure that the seafarers are safe, train them on soft skills when they have had longer staying periods than they normally do. And but it's been a challenge for everyone. So, and also for us as a training provider, we do focus on providing all types of training to our customers, regardless of where you are. We have tried to support as much as we can, but if we had known about the pandemic before it sort of came to market, we would have done even more. But it's been a challenging situation, but hopefully it's on that. Hopefully.
Thank you. Bill, thoughts? You faced a number of challenges, especially within the cruise industry. What are your thoughts?
Kostas, thanks very much, and it's always a privilege to be part of the panel. I'm actually pretty excited because I just spent 2 days at sea on a cruise ship and had the great opportunity to take a team on board of the Rotterdam as she was doing her activation cruise. And I was just so proud to see, despite all of the challenges, and there are many I'm sure we'll talk about today, to see the smiles on the face of the crew as they got back to business and the energy to get back doing what they do so well each and every day. But at the same time, in talking to the crew, the realization that it hadn't been normal for quite some time and that they needed to freshen up their skills across the board. And of course, we've been trying to support that through online and onboard training and are really looking forward to getting back into our training center in a couple of months. But as I've discussed here in panels, I think, you know, as an industry, we've learned a ton. I think we have probably never collaborated and coordinated more than we have over the last 2 years to the mutual benefit of everyone. I think we've learned certainly in the training realm that we can do things different and very effectively by bringing in new and innovative ways of getting the training to the seafarer wherever they are in the world. Last week, we had one of our instructors sitting in India teaching an online course to folks around the world, being supported by the team at SeaSmart. So that's just one of many examples I know will come out today of how we've been able to adapt. And so I think the key question is, where do we take it forward? Is it all going to stop as soon as we declare a pandemic over, or how are we going to build on all of this and maintain the momentum moving forward? Thanks so much.
I would like to discuss this last question of yours a little bit more within the panel. Absolutely agree. Captain Kolo, your thoughts, what have the challenges been for you, especially based in Philippines, with the pandemic over the course of the last 20 months, of how you train the seafarers and so on and so forth? Captain Nicolo, you are muted. You are muted.
Yeah, if I will remember the starting of the pandemic, that was more than 1 year ago, all of us was thinking that this kind of thing was like Ebola or some other thing that was passing very fast. But after, over our skin, we was starting to think that all the country around the world was closing. So the seafarers was obliged, in any case, to remain on board because there was no possibility to change them unless he was deviating the vessel for the vessel that was in Asia, in Manila or some other place. And for sure, especially in Philippines, when the pandemic started, the government started to be much more tough here. They closed practically everything. They still closing the school, the training, and all the other things. We was obliged to reinvent ourselves and try to find the way to try to give the reason to our seafarers also still believe that training was the most important thing before to send the people aboard, and also to keep them patient ashore while the other people was pushing to come down. Now we can see the light in at the end of the tunnel, but was the worst period that I was passing in my shipping business. That was more than 40 years.
Yeah. Erik, Your thoughts, what challenges have you faced?
Well, first of all, I would like to say this industry is often accused of being conservative for good reason. But I think the pandemic has shown something completely different. You could say willingness, ability, innovation, and really a strong effort and will to really get out there and try and do something different. And that's been something I feel has been extremely good and important. Not that it has been motivated by a good thing, but since we were brought into this situation, it's a good result. I think also it showed vulnerability. You could say when we are disconnected from the vessels, we are vulnerable. How do we do training? How do we do learning and development? So there's a lot of things. But I think if I'm to sort of say the biggest learning, I think what has given us an opportunity is to figure out, when we seek alternative ways of doing things, what was good and what was bad. What might have taken us years to experience in a normal, under normal conditions, you could say we really got in our face what is good, what is bad, and we needed to adapt in a very quick way. And the entire online training approach has been a really good learning for us, and our clients have been magnificent in trying to find new ways. So I think willingness, ability, innovation has been really high on the agenda, and the learning is we can achieve new things and do better when we need to do it or when we want to do it.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, my next question is about the industry facing the challenge of the fourth industrial revolution. The biggest challenge is being the digitization and decarbonization. So as we move forward, how do you feel these challenges will impact the way that we provide training to the seafarers and the skills required by the seafarers as we move forward in order to operate ships? Kostas.
Thank you. Well, I think, please allow me to go back to the basics that shipping is not a science, shipping is a craft. And for me, this is a basic distinction that we need to have in our preview all the time. While in science, we have 2 molecules of hydrogen and 1 of oxygen, will always give us water. In shipping, we cannot claim that. We cannot claim this predictive ability. We cannot foresee everything. Yes, of course, we have safety management systems in place in order to preempt something or anticipate a threat, a near miss and so on, but uncertainty, ambiguity, and open space will always be with us. And the more we move towards what you described, the more we move towards, accelerated digitalization, new innovations, new things coming that come externally. They come from shipping, from within shipping, but they come from a technology provider somewhere else. This is what will make our field more challenging, but at the same time more rewarding at the same time. That's why we're rewarded with such high rewards, because we do a challenging craft. So it is inevitable that many of the themes that will emerge will skip our attention, and current safety management systems will become obsolete. And this creates the need, this obsolescence that is anticipated, creates the need to prepare ourselves better for what is coming. We need more skills, different skills. And if I isolate the skill that in my considered view appears to be more important, I would say this is cognitive flexibility, our ability to be flexible for whatever is coming. And perhaps I will have a chance to elaborate on it further.
Okay, Katie?
Yes, thank you. So you mentioned sort of the fourth industrial revolution, and well, you could argue what it actually is, but what we know is that this is mostly about technology. So already we have in our societies, we have artificial intelligence all around us. We have self-driving cars, we have drones to do virtual assistants, to software that could translate or invest. We have much of the technology already, but what we are talking about when it comes to the sort of the fourth industry revolution is moving even further, where we can utilize all of this amazing technology and how we operate within business. And interesting enough, last year during the pandemic, the Norwegian University of Science launched a report which was funded by EU looking into the European maritime market. What are the challenges and how things are going to look like? And what they found by interviewing 15 different companies within the maritime industry was that the future in this situation would probably be to develop competence and skills to meet more rapid development of onboard technology, such as your regular IT on board, but also technology on sustainable equipment on board. They also focused on soft skills, improving soft skills, especially on leadership and management, to support onboard careers and also transition into onshore careers. And the third thing they mentioned was a bridging program that complement the IMO standards and the training that you get from IMO. So sort of supporting sustainable digital leadership within the seafarer industry. And all of this together connected to new technology that we will see coming much quicker than we expect. And some of that technology could be simulators. Some of it could be artificial intelligence. We don't know, but we know, what we do know is that this is coming fast, it's coming quick, and we need to prepare.
Bill, you already operating a state-of-the-art training center in Netherlands. What's your take? How do you prepare yourselves, I mean, for these forthcoming changes? I'm sure that you have state-of-the-art technology on board ships as well.
Absolutely, we do. And I just want to build on the great points that have already been made, that the pace has been accelerating now for the last couple of decades. And, you know, I think the industry holistically has been challenged to keep pace. And so that is driving us to try and get out ahead of the technologies, to position not only the technology, but to position the seafarers, but also from the training lens, to position the trainers. And sometimes I think this gets forgotten, that folks roll out the new technologies and turn to the training system to make it happen. And perhaps we haven't fully absorbed that it takes a period of time to get the system itself up to speed to do all of this. I guess a couple of the points I would add is I think as we've seen this technology accelerate, coupled with what we've all just lived through the pandemic, it has certainly driven, I think, the conversation around the need to bring a systems perspective to all training, and that the days of individuals learning their specific skill set in isolation are diminishing, and the need for cross-department, cross-function understanding, shared mental model, all of that is becoming so critical. In turn, I think driving training institutions like ours, and I'm sure others on the call, to not train in isolation, but to bring teams from different functions together and have them share in the training experience to drive the communication paths, to drive the mental models, and to be thinking beyond the fundamentals to how are we going to react when things go wrong? Are we losing our basic skills? Are we ready to get the ship back home safely when all the technology fails? And so I think continuing to remind ourselves that that is all nice technology, but are we still paying enough attention and practicing the fundamentals on a periodic basis?
Captain Nicolau, you are muted.
Yeah, sorry. If we think, I mean, also thinking to my age, the shipping industry was for so many years very, let's say, regulated industry, but very conservative. There was not so big change for so many years. Now, the last 10 years and the years to come are coming so many things that for me, the industry is very, very hard to follow. The gap between the standard training that the crew they have to achieve the STCW and the knowledge, the skill that we need to handle the vessel is always increasing because the technology is running much more faster than what we think. So I mean, if we think today to build a master that is capable command container vessel that now is running at sea with 24,000 or 22,000 container, and with the responsibility, the stress that they have on board, and how long do we take to build up people? When we build the vessel, we put the people on board and let them go. So like this one, also the technology applied in engine room. Today you have engine that also the technician has difficulty to let run, and we pretend that the chief engineer that is 60 years old is capable to run there. So it's a big challenging.
So how may I ask, as a follow-up question, how do you think we should face these challenges? Because what you described is absolutely, real life. This is real life. So when by the time you, let's say, train a master, let's say, and you have to go back maybe 20 years for this person would like to go to the sea, and then as a cadet, then going up the ranks, be the master, and then having as a master maybe 35, 40, 45 years of age, probably on board the container ship. It takes a number of years. How do you feel that we should face these challenges as an industry?
Is to be?
Yes.
Yeah, this is what we are facing now today, because when we have people inside the office that and the owner is requesting you for something, or you say no, or otherwise you must try to improve the things using all the tools that today's the industry is putting on the plate. Today we have a new philosophy for the training. We have the involvement on the reality, virtual reality. We have so many things that before we was not having. I think the big difficulty that we have is that if we look at the average age of the seafarers today, in particularly the senior, is very high compared to what the industry needs now. Therefore, the change must be done from the bottom, and the new generation is much more oriented with the computer, with the technology, with the IT and all the other things. But I think that a thing that can change this kind of thing is the unmanned vessel for me, because the control and all the other things that will come for sure will not come. Maybe the next 10 years we will start to have also a lot of vessel that is on this kind of thing, with more technology from shore and less responsibility from the sea.
And at the same time, ships are, especially mega ships like the cruise ships and the container ships you mentioned, are getting a little bit harder to navigate for a number of reasons, because there are significant areas of high traffic, of condensed traffic, and so on and so forth, heavy schedules, etc. Erik, moving back to you, how do you feel that the industry should face the challenges of the digitization and urbanization with respect to skills? What should we expect? How should we face them?
I think I'd just like to go back to your question before that you asked Nicolo, because you said, how do you manage that? I think we're talking training and we're talking towards, we're talking about skills, etc. Now, if we look at it this way, why do we do training? Well, basically we do training as a starting point to ensure performance. But in between training and performance, you have learning and development, because you can go and have training and then you can go on board, but you're not necessarily capable of performing. So you have a learning and development process in between. So I think for me, when talking about skills, and it also sort of resonates with the soft skill approach, the leadership approach, etc., because I think from my view, and it's something we've been talking about Green Jackets for many years, the learning and development link is sometimes weak because it's built very much on a matrix thinking that performance competence comes with training if you follow a matrix. Now, let me give you an example. And it doesn't happen that way. So let me give you an example. One thing we often see, and that is the beauty about my job, I get to visit really many organizations, but one thing we often see is when you just look at the appraisal process, and I think we've spoken about this before, Lucas, when we were talking, because the appraisal process at many companies is only an up for rehire process. So you evaluate, you're appraised, but then the seafarer is given his evaluation or appraisal on his way down the gangway, and the only thing he looks at is, am I up for rehire or not? And if he's up for rehire, he's off the hook, he goes home, and performance and competencies is not something he thinks about before he goes on board. Now, some of the companies who are doing this in a more structured way, where they're thinking learning and development, you actually take your appraisal process or your appraisal form back on board the next vessel, and you start talking with your officers to say, okay, what do I need to focus on during this voyage? Because I might be a first officer who now has to become a chief officer. So I'm not very good at stability calculations. I've been doing it for a while, managing crew on deck or even cargo handling. I haven't been doing that for a while. So now I have to enter into a learning and development process. So that structuring of that process, which is in between training and performance, that's an area where we definitely feel that there's a need to say, okay, how can we do that better to actually drive performance? Because as I said, training is there as a starting point to ensure performance, but in between there's learning and development.
Absolutely, absolutely. There's a nice book, by the way, one of the best books I've read about, that saying training is not performance. The American Society of Training and Development, because we forget the missing link of the motivation, because training itself cannot provide performance if the persons are not properly motivated. So these are, yeah, absolutely agree with your comments.
Can I just add one more? Sorry, can I just add one more thing? Because I think when we're talking about learning and development, we also rely on the people on board, and rely on the seafarers on board, especially the officers, their ability to actually step back, evaluate, discuss, look at performance, and identify where performance needs to be improved. And that ability, these skills, these soft skills, to stop up and think, reflect, have a dialogue, and thereafter do something about it without having an incident to actually motivate you to do it, but actually just looking at what you're doing and thereby increasing performance. If you can get that under the skin and develop these skills, I think you will find a catalytic mechanism which can actually push a lot of performance in the right direction.
Yeah. I would like to build into with what Captain Nikos pointed out. I would like to go back to the BIMCO and ICS study. They are projecting some sort of shortages in the near future within the next 5 years, and so on and so forth. We've seen that back in 2015 and 2020. They projected also some other shortages as well. So I would like to ask, do you see any sort of real life impact with respect to shortages of seafarers or officers specifically in the near future? And how should we as an industry be prepared to face these challenges? Kostas.
Well, personally, I have been born into this industry, and since I was born, I always hear the two magic words, crew shortage, for the last 40 plus years. So we have learned to live with these crew shortages, and miraculously, at the end of the day, we find magic toolbox and resolve the problem. I think crew shortage takes two forms, a quantitative and a qualitative one. On the one hand, we have the crew shortage per se, which is a quantitative aspect, which is lack of people. We don't have, for example, many fitters, we don't have many electrotechnical officers, we don't have many chief engineers, and so on. But I think gradually what we see in terms of crew shortage, which is a more qualitative, let's say, element aspect of it, it's low skilled people. We have people, so the quantitative tick the box exercise is done, but we don't have equally skilled people, at least in the way that we would want them to be. And these two forms, the quantitative and the qualitative element, one follows the other. I remember myself, and I'm wearing my institutional hat now, I remember we have resolved the engineers' lack of people a few years ago, and gradually, because of the creation of electronic engines, we realized that now we have engineers, but we don't have engineers who are well versed into electronic engines. So what do we do? So it's not only about a lack of people per se, but it is also about the skills that those people who are employed or employable, whether they have the skills that are necessary in order to perform as they should on a vessel.
Thank you. Ketil, your thoughts on this alleged shortage of crew?
Well, I think I would agree with Kostas that it's not just about the number of crews; it's also the competence required in the future. But and you mentioned decarbonization, so I guess we all know that IMO have agreed to a 30% decarbonization before 2030. That's just soon to be 8 years ahead of us. So how on earth are we going to achieve that target without doing significant changes? Well, we see some of those changes in the shift of technology on board the vessels. So there are going to be new energy systems. You mentioned electronic engines. We are going to see more changes on systems on board. Well, to add it to what said, he said, are we forgetting the sort of the core competence in being a seafarer? Well, that could be the case, but we are most certainly missing the additional skills required for the new future. So the gap between what is today common practice and what's going to be the expected competence is actually growing. All reports, all statistics say that that gap is actually growing. So it's not just about the number of seafarers, it's also about that competence gap that we will face within the coming years. And we as training providers, and also the crew management companies and the shipping companies, we have a joint responsibility in making sure that we can close that gap, because if not, it's not going to be a safe situation for anyone. And we also know that transportation of goods is increasing. So transportation by sea has actually increased during the pandemic. And in this situation, how on earth are we going to close that gap between what is common practice today, expected competence going forward? In Mintra, we think that most of these solutions are within new ways of providing training, more efficient ways of providing training. Our vision is that we are supposed to be, we think we should deliver any type of training, any type of course, anywhere at any time. That's sort of our mantra. But of course, we are not able to do all practical training at all times anywhere, but that's sort of our philosophy. That's where we're heading. And we are using simulators, we are using e-learning to make sure that training is accessible wherever the seafarer is. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how we succeed in this.
Okay, Bill?
Thanks, and I agree with the great points that have been made. I mean, we've all been anticipating, we've all seen the shortage coming. It's been coming for the last couple of decades. It's not unique to this industry. There's a demographic piece at play here, and it will continue. And so I think everyone is searching hard for the talent. But as we've talked about in other forums, the talent that's coming in is different talent, and their expectations are different. It's a mobile workforce. The days of a seafarer coming and joining the ship and staying there forever, that's not consistent with how society is. And the seafarer that does come on board the ship today wants 24/7 connectivity with the family. They want to live in a safe environment that's respectful. They want the opportunity to grow, and they want the right compensation. And that's not just about money. They want a different envelope of things. And I think as we've moved through this pandemic, not only did we already have a demographic challenge, but I think the industry has a lot to reflect on in terms of, did we really look after our seafarers and instill in them and their families the confidence to stick with the industry for the long term? And I think there are many chapters to that discussion, probably worth having over time, back to what did we learn? And then the final piece, and I've said this in previous panels, but I look here again, a great group of professionals from the industry, but we're all the same demographic. Whereas the other 50% that we've been trying to attract into this industry and give opportunities from a diversity and equity and equality point of view, We need to get beyond the conversation and start doing. And these panels need to reflect what we want to look like as an industry in the future. And I would challenge that maybe we're not moving as quick as we need to be here on this one.
So in your view, what should we do in order to move, let's say, faster? What would accelerate this, our position in the learning curve, to put it in that sense?
So I think we've heard a lot of it already, that those that are coming in the industry, and certainly I see it in my center, I'm sure that Millar sees it as well. The young folks coming in, if you get them in contact with the right training, with the right processes, with the right career path, with the right mentoring and coaching, using modern tools with constant feedback, they get excited and stick with it. If they are getting the right opportunities on the ship to take those training skills and use them and grow and develop with the right coaching and mentoring in a positive, psychologically safe environment, I think that they will stay because they'll go back home and they'll energize their families that this is a positive path for our family. There's a future here. But if they're coming off the brow, as we've said, and looking at their contract saying, yep, I recommend it for a new contract, but I really didn't enjoy that experience. My family didn't enjoy that experience. So that's all nice, but I'm not going back because I can find better elsewhere. I think there's some things to look at there.
Yeah. At the same time, I have to also point out that you are not playing fair, to be honest. Meaning you operate a training center focusing on some of the best ships across the globe. That would be ideal for someone to operate one of the state-of-the-art cruise ships that the Carnival organization is operating, absolutely, compared, for example, to an oil tanker, to a VLCC, to a container ship that they have to pass, let's say, the Suez Canal with a lot of stress, a big one, etc., and so on and so forth. So the industry is not uniform, and we have to also acknowledge that because it's not a fair game for all the stakeholders across the industry. Captain Nicolau, your thoughts on maybe this forthcoming shortage and what you see and how should we, let's say, be prepared to face this shortage?
Well, I think that we have the shortage. We have also the solution, but we don't want to see the solution. Today, we want to run a container vessel of 22,000 TEU with 20 people. We want to do the overlapping with only one day without giving the opportunity to the other maybe to see in one voyage or also short time how this vessel is working. Cadet. In Philippines, we have 30,000 cadet that they are there waiting. Majority of them, they don't find employment, and we want officers without investing on the young people. In our company, what we are trying to do, we are trying to build our fitter because we get people from Don Bosco. We are trying to get electronic that is coming from the electronic school for electrician, but it's very hard after to say to the owner to put these people on board that has no place on the minimum of money and is costing money. Majority of the vessels that we are running in Austria, they are bulk carrier. And this year, the bulk carrier, I think it was a fantastic year for earning of money, but there is no change. They was asking the budget for the next year. On the budget of the next year, they was always asking maybe to remove the fourth engineer because the request, the chief engineer, the engineer don't request other. So and when we are talking, as I repeat, you want to promote a second officer, you don't have time. You must give the 1 day. But why you don't give time to the people to grow up and to have the skill that we are requesting from the industry?
That's an interesting question. I mean, I'm not sure if many across the industry can provide the answer to this question, other than the obvious answer, I mean. Erik, your thoughts on maybe this alleged shortage and how should we as an industry be prepared to face this shortage?
Oh, first of all, it's a really interesting discussion, this, and I can't help smiling. If only life was a straight line, it would be wonderful. Without friction and dilemmas, we would be so much, it would be so much easier. But I think I think, Captain Nicola, I think you have an extremely valid point, because if the industry wants to invite people in and get them interested, it's going to require an investment for sure. And how far we're willing to go in order to make that investment. I think when we kicked off this talk, what I wrote down here, I wrote down larger responsibility on the organization. And I think when we're talking about shortage, you could also say, how do we combat shortage? Well, we try to make it attractive. And how can we make it attractive? Well, that is if you start looking in, or if you can communicate and you can show that there are opportunities, there are good opportunities here. If there are opportunities, you have good retention. And if an opportunity, you could say, is linked to career development, and under that you can say career development is linked to training. So what I'm trying to say here is that a company who has a great HR architecture, who's willing to invest and to spend time and find clever solutions, they would probably also be capable of actually attracting the people. But it's all about being smart, and I think it comes back to you could say organizations need to be more clever. And I think also what Kjetil said, if we don't do it, if we don't become more clever, the competence gap will just grow. So we need to find better ways of managing these things ourselves and you know, making the investments needed in order to do it. So I think it's an extremely complicated question, but if you were to do something yourself, it's looking at your own organization and discussing what can we do, where do we have the competencies to do something. And for me, it's very much linked to the HR architecture of a company.
I see. We had a nice idea during the discussion on the previous panel regarding crew welfare. And one of the panelists pointed out that at some point, someone might come forward and ask, what's your crew welfare budget? So in that sense, someone might come forward and ask, what's your, let's say, HR budget, HR-related issues budget? What's your training budget? And that's an interesting question. It's a very challenging question. And it's very difficult, for someone who spends these, training dollars, to put it in that sense, to justify that these are properly spent, to put it in that sense. And I'm sure all of you understand the challenges. We all have been in the industry too many years. You understand the challenges that we have to face, all of us, and especially against those who are providing these dollars. Now, my next one, however, these are very nice, as you said, Erik, very nice questions, and it's an interesting discussion. I would like to, that's nice, let's say, transition to my next question. One of the key buzzwords in shipping in these days is the so-called ESG, environmental, social, and governance-related issues. Now, I would like to ask you, how do you think that this ESG will impact the skills, let's say, element of what we discuss? How do you think these ESG issues will affect training, maybe, crewing, the HR issues in general? Kostas.
Yes, a very big tent that is being opened up with those sustainable environmental goals and so on. I think it all amalgamates into digital literacy, in my view. We are going down that route in order to create an overarching set of skills that will encompass all those challenges and respond to those challenges. Let me give you an example from my capacity, my former capacity as chairman of the Recruitment and Training Committee in IMEC. What we have done in order to address all those issues that are coming up, we didn't know if it was a fitting way to address them, but we introduced drones lessons, 3D printing lessons. We didn't do it in order to find an answer, to find a solution to what is coming. We didn't do it because we thought that if you are well versed in 3D printing will answer all the questions that you have. But we did it because we wanted to instill a culture of excellence and an ethos of adaptability to what is coming, to create a skill set of digital literacy, gradually develop it, so that people are well versed into that. Of course, don't get me wrong, we are still in a safety intensive industry and this is not going to change. So all those skills are not, all those skills that accompany ESG goals that you said, such as creativity, innovation, and so on, originality, initiative. Some of them may be completely wrong, Apostle, because they don't find a place in our industry, where safety intensity industry and creativity is not good for us. We don't want creative people on board. We want disciplined people on board. We want situational awareness and judgment, but we don't want creativity necessarily. So ESG goals open up a huge tent, and the World Economic Forum has done a great job in outlining the skills in light of these ESG goals, but not all of them are relevant for shipping. Some of them may even be dangerous, to be honest.
Yeah. Katie, your thoughts? Katie, you are muted.
Sorry, it's a big question. That's why I was muted. Well, I think we've addressed sort of the challenges and what to face going forward. When it comes to new skills, well, one of the things that we've seen, which is being focused within many of our customers, it is sort of the preparation for what's going to happen when we are going to achieve that reduction in CO2. So what we've seen is that there's a focus on more training and more capabilities within logistics and optimization methods, simply to achieve a higher degree of vessel utilization. Okay, so that's one area we see that is coming up as potentially something that we need to train more seafarers on. It's also systems being implemented on board vessels, which is related to more advanced routing, considering factors such as wind and everything, and that's also something that do require additional training. We do see operation of complex hybrid and zero-emission machineries. We mentioned electrical engines. That's just one example, but you will find others. You will find LNG, battery, biofuel, hydrogen. So you would find all types of solutions that do need training. And this is just a few examples, but the point is we won't be able to achieve this if we don't do the necessary training of the seafarers. One thing is to actually have the seafarers available, but we also need to train them. The good news is that, and to be honest, we do have a lot of technology today to support training much more efficient than most companies in the market are aware of. There are capabilities of providing offline training, online training. You have your training centers. You could easily use technology that is existing today to bridge the gap between what's happening on the training center ashore and what's happening on board a vessel if you are offline, for instance. Not everyone have a cruise line capability on connectivity, but there are technology available, and it's, well, it was mentioned, investment. If we are willing to invest, we have the solutions that we could utilize to make sure that this type of new required training is available for the seafarers, and it's easier to follow up on it also. So it's, I think, many of the questions raised, much of the discussion, it actually comes back to, are we willing to invest? We have solutions, we have technology, are we willing to?
That's, I think, the ultimate question. Are we willing to invest? I think so. But again, I would like just, as a follow-up question to both you and Erik, if we go back, let's say, maybe 20, 30 years ago, to understand the macro issues across the globe, I feel, it is my feeling, that organizations in these days are being much more, let's say, prudent, much more proactive than it was maybe 20, 30 years ago. ESG most probably will force, especially the large organizations, those who are willing, let's say, to survive, to accelerate the pace on the learning curve, let's say, to put in that sense. Do you see that? do you see, Ketil, that especially the prudent clients maybe are progressing a little bit faster on this learning path?
I'll be perfectly honest. I don't see it sort of in the general market. We do see it within some customers, but I must admit I still see a large portion of the market still being sort of reactive and not as forthcoming as they should be. But there are examples. There are customers that are much more focused on this today than 30 years ago. But still, it's a big portion of this industry that have not taken that step the way we see it.
Okay, Erik, your thoughts are you are being a training provider yourself as well. What's your thought on this?
Oh, I tell you what, listening to the talks here, it's really a large question. Again, I can only really repeat what others are saying. I think seen as a training provider, but we don't just do training. We also, you could say, try to work with these things seen from a strategic perspective. And that's what I'm trying to bring to the table here, because ESG, environment, social, and governance, if you look at these three words, some might, the cynics might say, well, this is what we're already doing. We are managing this. You can't claim that we haven't got a focus here. The question is, where is it going to take us, and what does it mean? What do we need to do in order to be clever in this area, and how does it help us? And so there's a lot of questions which come an extension of, because basically the ESG is all about the non-financial factors. It's about ethical standards, it's about sustainability, etc. And how does that feed back to the company? Now, that was a long walk around from my side. My point here is, how is it going to settle? And that's a question I still cannot answer. Now, back to your point, sensing if companies are being more proactive. I think I do experience companies who are really trying to figure out to be more proactive, but I think also I agree with Ketil that there are still a lot of companies out there waiting to be told what to do. So if a client they had came along and said, now you need to write an ESG report and then do this and this, they will do it, but it won't necessarily have any impact on the way they've been doing things. They would just be telling people what they've been doing. So I think it's a big mix for me. It's still very much up in the air. I think Kostas, you said, no, what was it you said? You said, yeah, we as an industry, we might need to be careful to see what line we should go down of. But I think there's a lot of good ideas in this that we could actually use if we start thinking about it, also seen in relation to the last question we had, shortage. How do we make it attractive? How do we actually show that we have good governance and we have a social profile which has some ethical standards? So it's sort of, for me, that's, you can hear I'm circling around here. I don't have a straight answer. Right now, I feel the industry is circling around ESG to figure out where is it going to go and how is it going to end.
Yeah. Bill, your thoughts?
Again, perhaps, and you were quite right to point out, coming at it perhaps from a different lens, this has consumed me for the last certainly 3 years in the job, but the amount of focus, because the industry we're in, both the customers and the places we visit, they are demanding, quite rightly, the sustainability, the environmental line of effort that we train has been the fastest growing line of effort of anything I'm doing right now. And so I think there are two elements on this. There's the core skills that need to be on board to understand the very complex regulatory environment, to understand what is permissible, to understand how to operate the technologies that are coming out very, very quickly. But it's also driven even more that soft skill piece on board ships, need for close coordination across departments, absolute shared mental models on all things environmental, so that there are no mishaps, because there is zero tolerance, and that's appropriate. And so trying to inculcate that cultural piece on top of the core skill piece and staying out ahead of it from a training perspective to make sure you can anticipate what's coming and have the right capabilities to train on all of these new technologies. This is, it's a fast moving field, and you're right to point out, not inexpensive.
Yeah, absolutely. Captain Nikos, your thoughts?
Yeah. So just recently, 1 month ago, we decided with one of our customers to try to make a sort of competition that we call Go Green competition, to try to understand our seafarers, what they was thinking about the emission and how to handle this, not only the emission, but also the use of the plastic on board and all the other thing. The thing is that over 40 vessels of the same fleet, only 8 vessels after more than 1 month, they reply. And if we think that we put also some, let's say, awarding at the end for the group that, for the vessel that was giving much more input about this kind of thing, you must understand that this argument on board the vessel, for as I see, is seen as an extra job for the people on board. Some other things that they are also bother them. We are talking about scrubber. We are talking about ballast water. It's all always equipment that need to be maintained, to be overhauled, to the other things, and giving much more. So the job to be done is very, very big. But the only thing is that we insist on this kind of thing, but we must do. There is no way. There is no escape from that.
Thank you. Now, I assume this will be the last question for the panel. The last topic we haven't touched, I think Bill was the only one who just mentioned as a topic, is the diversity issue. As we move forward, diversity is becoming, let's say, at the top of the agenda. How do you see the diversity issues affecting the way we provide training, the way we, let's say, train seafarers with the skills required for the near and the long-term future? Kostas.
I would say diversity and inclusiveness as well, Apostle, yeah, if you allow me, because both of them go together in my view. Yeah. We need to make our industry more inclusive. And to be honest with you, if we resolve that issue, all the other ones that we touched on today, all the other problems and challenges will be magically resolved as well. And I'm just giving you a figure that there is a very high attrition rate in the academies. We lose many cadets every year. And if we didn't lose them for a reason, for example, making our industry more attractive to young people as a career choice, then all the other problems, such as the crew shortage problem we are talking about, would magically resolve themselves. We wouldn't have the need to talk about it and spend so much energy on trying to identify solutions for the crew shortage problem if we actually made our industry more inclusive, more diverse. We convinced the young people that this is an industry worth staying in. It's a career choice that is attractive, rewarding, and sustainable. So for me, diversity and inclusion are key elements that will have a direct impact on the major challenges that the crewing profession faces, the largest of them being the eternal crew shortage problem. So for me, it is an existential issue that we need to face and we need to respond to. It's not just a peripheral element, but it's an existential issue that will magically resolve most of the problems.
Okay. Katie? Katie, you are muted.
Sorry, I have to agree with you, Kostas, on your points. My thinking is also that this industry, and especially within training to support the seafarers, there must be an opportunity of more collaboration between the different players in the training segment. And if you look at the pandemic to us all, it is, and it was mentioned, we are sort of discussing and doing more collaboration than before. But that's, I think that's more about making sure that we have the crew available that is required for the operation. But on training, if you look into the future with issues on closing the competence gap with new technology coming on board and all of it, I think it's absolutely necessary for the training industry to come together and start collaborating in a much more efficient way than we do today. We are all sort of taking care of our own customers. We have our own business and everything. But if the training industry could come together in a different way, then maybe some of these issues that we think we will face in the future could be minimized. I don't think it will disappear, but it could be minimized. How we should come together, how we should collaborate, it's a big question, but I think someone needs to sit down and start talking to each other.
Okay. Bill?
I would just loop back, I think, to the core question I think you asked is, how will diversity affect the training? I'm not sure it affects it a great deal. I mean, if we get to the spot where we need to get to, which is a sailor's a sailor, and they all need to have the competency skills to be successful at sea, then we've taken a step towards getting to where we need to be from that diversity perspective. But I really believe in terms of the effectiveness on board, that the diversity getting through and figuring that out once and for all will help. A bit utopic maybe on my part, but I think it's absolutely essential that once we get there, then as we've heard colleagues say, a number of these other challenges will start to be mitigated. And I think fundamentally it's going to take an acceptance perhaps of more risk to allow diversity to progress. And are we creating the right opportunity paths for folks to move forward at the pace they need to move? And are we creating the right mobility of the workforce across the entire workforce to allow folks to come in and out and progress, all thereby creating that retention that we need to create to allow the industry to be successful?
Yeah, absolutely. Captain Nicolò?
Well, me, I think that to get the people more involved is the way we are doing the training. Recently, I tried to do some tests to ask to the crew to make the video of the drill on board the vessel and try to analyze the drill and bring it to the office and come back to the crew with our comment. There was no one of the vessel that was doing the drill like it was supposed to be done, just because they take the drill as, and so also, I think also some other part of training, not real things. I was reading today that they are talking about a sort of training that is calling storytelling. I mean, to prepare something, some scenario on board the vessel, let the crew do the scenario. At the end of the scenario, you ask to them what they found, what they feel, what they was doing. And I think that maybe this is the way to, because what is the difficulty today is really to involve the crew, to ask from them what they feel, what they need, what they want more, and how to be part of the system. So the diversity, according to me, is on that. And we must work more on that, I think.
Okay. Thank you. Erik, your final thoughts to conclude the panel?
I think diversity is extremely important. At Green Jacobson, we have an anthropologist and ethnologist employed with no maritime background. They've been with us for a long time, but the amount of questions they bring into the room asking why this, why that, really, really makes you think once in a while, why are we doing it? Why are we doing this? What could there be a better way? And I like the way Costa said it is an existential thing. I think it's something we need for to exist, and it makes us better. Now, not saying that we should accept anything coming from something from outside, but that's where we in the maritime industry, I'm sure we will sanity check what comes in into the maritime world, and we'll say what works and what doesn't work. So I'm not too worried about that, but I think what we can do more of is to start looking around, sniffing around, looking up, looking down, looking elsewhere to find inspiration. And I think also, as Captain Nicola was talking about, sometimes you come across things, you think, wow, yeah, why not? That's good. And it could be tweaked, shaped, discussed, presented in all sorts of ways. I am a great believer in diversity, whether it's professional diversity or religious diversity, or whatever it might be. Anything you bring to the table which can challenge your own perception of how things should be done, I think is something we should all go for. So I like Kostas's way of saying it. It's an existential thing.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you for the very interesting discussion, the excellent points raised. I would like to thank our viewers. We have a couple of presentations before we move on to the next panel, the final panel for the day before the awards, discussing about crew change and the vaccinations issue. Thank you very much, and we'll be in touch. Thank you.
Good morning to all. Thank you for the opportunity to provide you with some information concerning COVID-19 prevention through vaccination. This is a way, of course, to protect both yourselves and others. My presentation will be based on answering everyday questions with facts derived from medical literature only. This is maybe the most important slide of my presentation. Whatever information you get concerning COVID vaccination should be based on medical literature and not on press network, social media, etc. Information from these sources may be misleading and may be quite frightening as well. So let's start with question number one. Why should somebody get vaccinated and not wait for a natural immunization following COVID-19 infection? Well, it's the question really is, do you want to get immunization the hard way or the easy way? Mortality, death rate, that is, following COVID-19 disease rises to 3 to 5% overall, while deaths from COVID-19 vaccination only go up as 88.2 per 1 million. Shows the chance of dying from COVID-19 disease is 10,000 times greater than dying from the COVID-19 vaccination. So next question, this is a newly developed vaccine, so why should I get tested and become a guinea pig? Well, the speed with which the vaccines have been developed is really unprecedented, but the technology behind the whole idea of these vaccines has been in development for 10 to 15 years. And taking into account that more than 2 billion vaccines have already been administered worldwide, maybe these are the probably the most highly studied vaccines ever. Now, how about long-term side effects? Well, there's no way to test long-term side effects since the COVID-19 vaccines have been administered for only 8 to 10 months at the most. But most vaccines rarely cause long-time effects. All known vaccines do not cause long-time effects, side effects. But one should bear in mind the consequences of the so-called long COVID effects. Tiring, muscle aches, headaches that last for many months following convalescence from COVID disease. So should I get COVID vaccine even if I already had COVID-19 disease? Well, following COVID-19 disease, 4 to 6 months following that, the antibodies are close to zero. So you have to have rebooting, let's say, of these your immunizations, these antibodies. So yes, it is recommended that people who have already had COVID-19 disease get a COVID-19 vaccine 4 to 6 months following their disease. So if I'm vaccinated, can I get COVID-19? Yes, of course you can. Because in this case, excuse me, in this case, COVID-19 protects you close to 95 to 100% from getting severe COVID-19 disease. You can get a flu-like COVID-19 disease following vaccination, but the chances of getting into the intensive care unit or becoming very, very ill and maybe die are less than 1% for vaccinated people. So the side effects, well, the mild side effects, which are most common, are like getting a light form of flu. Pain at the place of the vaccine, fever, fatigue, headache, muscle pain, chills, joint pain, etc. These just last for 1 to 2 days, and whatever they are, you just treat them with paracetamol. Now, there is a chance of getting an immediate allergic reaction that is monitored for 15 to 30 minutes after getting the 19 vaccine, but this only affects people that had severe, and I underline severe, allergic reactions in the past, and only them. So how about serious side effects? Well, they are very rare. They usually appear within 3 weeks, and the possible symptoms is shortness of breath, severe and persistent headache, chest pain, leg swelling, easy bruising, etc. And we will come back to that in detail in the next slide. What are the concern for serious side effects after the AstraZeneca and the Johnson & Johnson vaccine? Well, there has been many questions concerning the risk of rare and serious blood clotting disorder, but this is only at a rate of 7 cases every 1 million vaccinated women, young women, younger than 50 years old. For women over 50 and older men of all ages, the disorder is even more rare. Just to give you an example, this chance is much less than your chance of getting bit by a shark if you go swimming, or getting hit by a car while crossing the street, or being killed in an airplane crash. So I don't think this is a serious danger that you must keep in mind. So how about heart disease? Well, there have been a few cases of myocarditis and pericarditis after the mRNA, now COVID-19 vaccines in young individuals. They are quite rare, and they are mostly self-contained. You just get paracetamol or aspirin, and after a few days with not even having to go to a hospital, this disease will pass by itself. So what are the benefits of getting a COVID-19 vaccine? Well, it prevents you from getting severe COVID-19 disease, prevents you from spreading the disease, and prevents the chance to the virus to mutate. So the whole pandemic is like being in a fire. Well, if you're vaccinated, you walk in with protective gear, so you don't get infected yourself, and you hold a fire extinguisher so that you prevent the disease to spread. While when you are not vaccinated, you walk into the fire not only without protective gear, but holding a gas tank. So what's the result of that? You become infected or ill with COVID-19, and you cause the fire to expand. You help the disease to spread to other people, and most importantly, you help the virus to mutate. So in conclusion, at the COVID-19 vaccination scale, you can see that the advantages greatly outweigh the disadvantages of COVID-19 vaccination. So I will end my presentation with that. Thank you very much for your attention, and for any further questions, please don't hesitate to contact us.
Good day, everybody. This is Nikos Marmatsouris. I represent GAC, which is a multinational company in the fields of ships agency, logistics, and marine solutions offshore. And I'm going to briefly brief you on what is the latest situation with the crew changes around the world. GAC is well positioned globally with offices around the globe. And of course, each country have their own rules and regulations with regard to crew changes. So I may say that in the Western world and the Americas, situation has been easing off since we last spoke. However, in the Far East, the situation is not similar. Regardless of the very visible crewing crisis, the governments have unfortunately not declared similar rules and regulations for the crew changes, and some of them have eased off the regulations, but others have not. The biggest disruption, I believe, is in the Far East, where China and many other countries are switching on and off the crew change facilities. China has actually only accepted their own crews finally after more than 1.5 years of total blockage of crew changes, whereas countries like Indonesia, Philippines, India have been going on and off with the crew changes. The problem is that authorities do not really understand how the shipping works and what it means for a vessel to stay 1, 2, 5, 10 days waiting for quarantine and what other regulations they impose. There is a very big bureaucracy still in many countries, and unfortunately, not the majority is not flexible in handling the seafarers' crisis. Many countries, including Philippines and Indonesia, do not even accept their own crews at times. And it has happened also in India when the India pandemic started. We still have certain issues that remain with COVID, and that is the ever-changing regulations. So it has happened to us to have the people traveling on board the plane and on arrival to have to go back because the country, stopped accepting the crews. It is also a problem of flight availability, as the flights are still scarce and quite expensive. There is certain countries which only accept the crew to travel on business class, believe it or not. And of course, another very serious issue is that charterers who have faced already huge delays and vessel deviations, they stipulate on the charter parties that on this particular trip, we do not accept any crew change, take it or leave it. So the vessel will perform a contract, let's say if it's transatlantic, so for about a month or more, the owner is not allowed to make any crew changes, so that the charterer can avoid suffering any possible delay due to somebody being found positive, and then the ship has to be quarantined or waste time at the port. And the last issue also which remains is that very uneven and also limited vaccination opportunities for the seafarers, which many sovereign countries were not allowing seafarers to vaccinate. They were vaccinating only their own nationals. Now, luckily, more countries allow vaccination of crew, and this is hopefully going to save the situation. We still have significant bureaucracy, as I mentioned, and the quarantine times in many areas and modern places like Singapore, for example, they are becoming a big hindrance, not only for the crew change, but also for the staff, the superintendents, and whoever needs to fly around to monitor a vessel, to do a vetting, and let's say, attend the dry docking and everything. So you have to, if you, for example, go to Singapore, you have to wait 14 days without doing anything in a hotel before you visit your ship, which is also a very big difficulty and quite a costly exercise for the ship owners. The global organizations have tried, have worked continuously over this year and a half. IMO, BIMCO, the Hellenic, and also the International Ship Owners Association, they formed the Neptune Declaration and have been trying to persuade the governments to make the seafarers as key workers. However, there is still, let's say, not fully accepted of this terminology. Not everybody accepts the seafarers as key workers, and we are being faced with a situation where in some countries the crews are still kept as a hostage according to local restrictions. In summary, the seafarers, we believe, will still face problems in their movements as long as the government regulations restrict travel. The vaccination differences between countries around the world also make it difficult to go towards this total freedom of seafarers' movements. And with current situation and global travel conditions, I believe we can safely assume that this situation will not normalize, not only before the end of this year, but unfortunately, I believe that it's going to be same also during the next year. Having said that, we should all feel positive and think that wish and think that this situation will end up soon. Thank you very, very much for your attention.
Welcome to the Crew Change and Vaccination panel. In this panel, we would like to discuss, this is the last panel for the day. On this day, we are focusing on the human element. We have a number of hundreds of thousands of seafarers, in the range of 200,000 seafarers, affected by restrictions, which do not allow them to leave their ships. According to the latest Global Maritime Forum data, the crisis is getting worse as the number of seafarers working over the contracts has grown from 5.8% in May to 7.4% in June, and so on and so forth. That's a significant number. That's not something in the range of 1 or 2%. Given the availability of COVID-19 vaccines and rapid testing, what should be further done to develop a range of practical solutions to resolve the ongoing crew change crisis? This is what we would like to discuss, where we stand with respect to crew change figures and vaccinations, what are the key challenges for the ship operators, how effectively have operators and operations resumed back to normal with crew vaccination, what should be the industry's actions as we move forward, and how should we, let's say, assess the industry's performance. Now, in order to have this discussion, we have a number of esteemed panelists. Let me introduce you to our panel. We have Mrs. Katie Lea. Katie is a senior crew management partner for V Group. We have Konstantinos Galanakis, who is the CEO of the El Victor Group. We have Michael Hughes. Michael is a claims executive with the Standard Club. We have Arnold Javier. Arnold Javier is the president of Max SA Maritime Corporation, part of the Max SA Group. We have John Panorios. John is the deputy chief operating officer for Latsko Marine Management. And last but not least, we have Christos Hialakoumas. Christos is the crew manager for Dorian LPG Management. I would like to thank you all for joining us for this discussion. And I would like to start right away asking our, let's say, first question for you to have your opening statements. I would like to ask you, what have we learned as an industry over the course of the last 18, 20 months with the COVID-19 crisis, the crew change and the vaccination issues? What have we learned so far as an industry in order to, let's say, take these points and move forward? I would like to start with Katie.
Hi, Apostolos, and thanks very much for having me join this panel discussion today. Just to give you what our current situation is in terms of crew change figures and vaccination figures at B Group just now. Since the start of the pandemic, we've managed to conduct around over 62,000 crew changes, and we've got over 9,000 seafarers vaccinated. So obviously crew changes have been very, very challenging, especially last year, but we can definitely see things getting better. Even back in Q1 of this year, we were doing around 700 crew changes per week. But if we look back at Q3, that was already back up to over 1,000 per week. Of course, we still have a lot of crew over their contracts, and we still face a lot of issues with crew changes. You know, we've still got quarantine requirements. Embassies are still not issuing visas. We've got PCR testing protocols to deal with. And of course, on top of all of that, we've got positive COVID cases to deal with. So we are starting to see those cases coming down now. We are starting to see easing of restrictions, but it's definitely going to take some time before we get back to normal.
May I ask, what sort of time interval do you expect to have things restored to let's say, to a manageable extent, to put it in that sense? Because now things are very, very difficult, very challenging for all those involved, again, in the crew change issues. How many years or months? What's your estimate?
Is that question to me?
Yeah.
It's going to take some time, because even with vaccinations, you know, we'll still have testing protocols, we'll still have isolation requirements, because vaccinated crew can still, you know, become infected and pass on the virus. So it's definitely going to take some time before we have, you know, fully vaccinated vessels. You know, at that point, maybe then, you know, the risk of a positive COVID case will be less impactful on ship operations. I would say, yeah, another year or two, maybe, before we get completely back to normal.
So it's not tomorrow. I would like to, it's not tomorrow. It will take some time. Okay, let's move to John. I would like to start with those operating ships. John, your take. What have we learned as an industry over the course of the past 18 months to keep it as move forward?
Thank you, Apostolos. First of all, we learned that seamen are little heroes nowadays because of whatever everybody has been through over the past months. What we see is some improvement, at least on our fleet, when it comes to planning crew changes. So we moved from completely zero planning, that was the case about a year ago, to some kind of planning nowadays, that we can see that some countries are back operating and we have the solution to make crew changes in these countries. At the same time, what we see are vessels being penalized for having conducted crew changes in a previous port. So this is a fresh challenge for everybody. Nobody has come across this case before. This is something that we need to manage. We need to comply with all the requirements of all the potential ports where the vessels are going to go. This might not be a significant case on liner vessels, but on tramp shipping, for sure, this is a major challenge. I would say that the world is split in two tiers. I would separate the Western Hemisphere with the Eastern Hemisphere. On the West, we can find some ways to navigate around crew changes. On the East, we see that some countries continue to be fully closed. So, for example, navigating between China and Australia is the nightmare of every crew department. But we are trying to have solutions amid this situation.
Thank you, John. Christos, your thoughts?
Thank you, Apostolos, for your invitation. I feel always very happy when I am with you and your esteemed attendees. So, where we stand, as Dorian, we have managed to conduct around 2,600 crew changes for the last 20 months, so on the actual pandemic period, let's say. And we have managed also to have 60% of our pool fully vaccinated. Which, taking into consideration the circumstances, I think that it proves, as John very well said earlier, that seafarers are heroes. It's a new era. I'm not so optimistic like Kate. I don't think that's going to take a year or two. I think that there are things that will stay in our lives for our future. I kind of think this change in the shipping industry, similar to the change that the towers terrorist attack brought to our lives 20 years ago. And I think that's very similar to the changes that we will still see and have in our future traveling. The situation is still evolving. Very well, John said that there are still countries that affect the crew change plan, not even just on their own country, but also on the previous ports, which creates huge difficulties for us in regards to planning. We still fight for planning, we'll still try, and we still have to recognize the significant part of the seafarers in our lives, the significant role that they play in order for us to enjoy the goods in our table.
Okay, now let's move on to those who operate in manning offices. Konstantinos, what's your experiences over the past 18-20 months, and what should we keep as we move forward?
Yes, hello everyone. First of all, the experience is that we have some awkward scenarios. Although there are vaccinations around the world, some countries fail to provide such vaccinations, especially in the Asian countries. And what we came across was to develop cross-functional teams around the network of our offices in order to be able to cope with last-minute changes and new restrictions in some ports that we have to deviate our procedures. And this gave us, let me say, those cases drove us to create some protocols in order to protect the seafarers while joining the vessel and also when disembarking. We have many cases that seafarers were vaccinated and also got last-minute the infection. And those cases, as you may understand, even you have procedures, protocols, or whatsoever, it's impossible to control. So you have to find other ways, and always to schedule ahead of the crew changes for the next 3 to 6 months. But again, even you schedule, you never know if the ports that you schedule to change the or the vessels are available due to the restrictions. Thank you.
Yeah, Arnold.
Okay.
You're based in Manila. I'm sure you have first-hand experience.
Exactly. Exactly. A pleasant good evening to you, Mr. Belocas, my fellow panelists, and of course the participants of this SAFETY4SEA forum. It's my pleasure actually in this forum, and I would be happy to share my thoughts and experiences coming from, of course, a manpower supplying company based in the Philippines. I will not be repeating what the other speaker have mentioned earlier. Katlea, my friend Christos, who is also our principal and partner, and Konstantinos. But I will go direct to the issues that we are facing here in the Philippines with regards to crew change. We know that crew change and vaccination remains challenging. We have to contend with the stringent protocols of different countries. So we have to be on our toes, and the panelists here basically agrees with me with that. And our seafarers, you know, are scheduled to join, and we really need to plan ahead. Unlike before, you can plan or do crew change in a short notice, 2-3 days. Now, it's not going to happen because we have protocols to follow, not only the country of destination, but also the protocols of the government, especially when you do crew change in Manila Bay, and also the protocols being followed by the principals to ensure that we only deploy crew who are free of virus. This made crew change more challenging and more expensive on the part of the ship owners and managers. Based on the Global Maritime Forum, Neptune indicator as of October 1, there has been improvement actually in crew change and significant increase in vaccination. So I will go through some of the details later on as we discuss. And this report is basically consistent with what we see on the ground.
Okay, thank you. I would just like to, as we move, sorry, Michael, your thoughts before we move to the next round of, let's say, issues.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I agree with most of what's been said. The last 20 months have been an unprecedented challenge to the industry, and I think it's taken a long time for all parties to adapt. All ship owners' procedures have been strongly tested, often in ways they wouldn't have imagined. And I think it's shown that many in the industry need to have more flexible procedures that can adapt to the next pandemic or major crew change issue, whatever that may end up being. We've learned that the governments have been extremely cautious to protect their populations and have been implementing often very strict or even overly harsh restrictions on the maritime industry. So it's great that, as been mentioned, things are very slowly improving. The Neptune crew change indicator is showing improvements. The Global Maritime Forum is showing improvements. But despite the fact seafarers have the most international travel, the percentages of seafarer vaccinations are still far below the rest of the population when it comes to vaccination in most instances. And we cannot continue to allow seafarers in the industry to be neglected, or the industry to be so slow to put into place adequate steps to free up the shipping trade. I think as an industry, we need to be much more effective in persuading governments and states to prioritize seafarers. And we need to work out how we're going to do that going forwards.
Arnold, you have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I would like to make a follow-up on what Michael mentioned earlier, which is really very good. And I would like also to share with the group here that, you know, as the Philippines established the Green Lane protocol, this allow basically Filipino and foreign crew to have cruise change in Manila Bay in particular. even COVID positive seafarers were allowed to be disembarked, where other ports, they shy away to do that. To date, we were able to basically cater to 4,391 ships with 73,514 seafarers. So with regards to vaccination, Philippines also declared seafarers as essential workers. They are given priority in vaccination and inoculated already with Western-made vaccines. According to the Trade Union Congress of the Philippines, around 100,000 Filipino seafarers had been vaccinated, equivalent to approximately 30% of the Filipino seafarers. For Magsaysay alone, both for cruise and marine, the total crew on shore that we have, around 80 to 85% are vaccinated.
Christos, yes.
Arlon, I totally agree and I echo what you say.
Yeah.
But we had this total unusual and unrealistic approach in the beginning of the pandemic. You remember very well, we discussed this many times. The Philippine government didn't allow the seafarers to travel from the Providence to the Manila in order for them to be able to depart. So yes, steps have been taken to the right direction. And to be honest, as you very well said, you have made crew change available for positive seafarers, which is not very often. But they were too late, if I may.
Yeah.
At least late, if I may comment on that. I totally recognize Magsaysay and also Mr. Galanakis' El Victor approach and efforts that you did in Manila in order to try to declare the Filipino seafarers as essential workers. But this actually took a bit longer than it should for a country that populates a very big percentage of the international seafarers working at sea. Thank you.
Okay. Now, I would like to ask, what is your biggest challenge or biggest nightmare with respect to crew change for the time being? Katie, biggest challenge.
Okay, we are struggling a little bit with some logistical aspects of vaccination, but I would say that the biggest challenge right now is probably vaccine skepticism. But among certain nationalities and cultures, if we look at our Filipino crew, for example, the vast majority of them are very eager to get the vaccine as quickly as possible. However, our Russian seafarers, we tend to see that they're a bit more reluctant to get the vaccine for a number of reasons. They've got concerns about the efficacy and the safety of Sputnik. They want a vaccine that's internationally recognized. So we need to address the issues on a case-by-case basis. For the Russian crew, we need to look at how do we give them access to accurate information, because Sputnik has been trialed and is shown to be very effective, but also to offer them alternative vaccines, through the various programs that are being run worldwide. The Netherlands, Singapore, in the States, they all offer vaccines in the ports just now, and also they're available in some airports also. So that's what we're looking at now is how to address that.
Okay. John, biggest challenge?
Biggest challenge, I would say that we need to follow all the local protocols in every single country that have been changing with an unprecedented pace in the past. And especially on vessels that you don't know exactly what is the destination of the vessel. So we have been through some various discussions with charters, asking us to confirm that vessel will be compliant with the regulations in the discharging port. And then we didn't know which was the discharging port, and also charters didn't know. So we have to cover a very wide geographical area just to make sure that we do crew changes without interrupting vessel service. At the same time, I would like to say that another challenge is to make sure that all the stakeholders understand the criticality of this issue. We have seen a lot of promises, we have seen a lot of verbal reactions, but in practice, not a lot of things have been done to facilitate crew changes globally, and not a lot of things have been done to actually make the seafarers feel that they are key workers, as we all say. Thank you.
Yeah. Christos?
Depending on the vessel, trading area, the biggest challenge is to find a convenient port that has reasonable regulations that you can comply in order to perform the crew changes. This still remains a challenge in many countries. We are fortunate enough that we have the USA loading for most of the vessels, so we can utilize the country there, which is kind of convenient, let's say. And the worst nightmare is to have a vessel with a possible COVID case on board, and the authorities that don't accept not even to board an officer on board in order to see the medical status of the seafarer, or even worse, you just have a sick person on board and you approach to the wrong country and you are not allowed to disembark your seafarer for a totally different than COVID case reason in order to have a proper medical check. But in the same time, the country still requires your vessel to call there in order to receive the cargo that you are carrying for them. So this is one of the, I think this is one of the worst nightmares that we have faced, all of us, or most of us anyway, in the past. And unfortunately, it seems that also in the future.
Arnold.
Yeah, I just want to add to what John and Christos mentioned earlier. Those statements are correct. It's really a nightmare for us, especially local manning agency who prepares crew change. Number one, for ships that are liner, yeah, it's easier because you can plan already the logistics, the isolation, the testing of the crew and the flights. But for tramping ship, just as mentioned by John, it's a nightmare. You cannot isolate the crew for 21 days, 30 days, because it will have an impact on their physical and mental well-being. We have seen many seafarers complaining of the very long quarantine period, not only before they join the ship, and when they join already the port of destination, there's another quarantine that is required. It's good that other countries like UK already lifted the Philippines as a red country, so our seafarers can join direct to the ship. So that's an issue. Also, once you have a ship infected with COVID, that will be a challenge. We have clients basically, you know, with ships, crew members testing positive, and ports of destinations are not willing to take them, extract them, and put them in a health facility. So what do? They basically divert the ship to the Philippines, and that is where we actually extract the crew and change the crew with the crew that are, you know, quarantined and free of virus.
Okay, thank you, Arnold. Konstantinos.
Yes, I fully agree with all the panelists. They have taken all the sections of the key challenges we face, but one problem that I would like to highlight, and I believe everybody agrees with this, is new regulations, amended regulations, new protocols, and all these things that come from different associations, flag states, name them as you like. There is no uniformity, and there is no one specific place for all of us, all the participants of shipping, to have a point of reference. So we have to take these new protocols and new regulations, everybody from their quality department up to their legal department, and then to the operation department, etc., in order to see how to change the current protocols we have set, everybody as a company. And this alternates all the time, the procedures. Okay, evolution is not a problem, it's a good thing, but when you don't have a uniformity, then you see also contradictions between some flag states or some associations. So at the end, nobody knows what is the correct way to act, and then you have last minute country restrictions, as our panelists said, and then you end up trying to do miracles. That's it.
Yeah. Mikey, from the club perspective, what do you see?
Hi, yeah, I'd echo a lot of what's been said. Too few countries really are allowing non-local seafarers to be vaccinated, and each country has got different protocols. If we look at different countries, the vaccination figures differ drastically. I think the Neptune declaration was, or the Neptune figures were showing in Africa, the vaccination rate last month was under 2%. And so it is causing real problems. There's a spread of misinformation around vaccination. You know, under English law and presumably most other countries' legislations, owners can't compel their crew to be vaccinated if they don't want to be. It requires, you know, informed and voluntary consent, which in turn requires the crew to be properly educated about the risks of contracting COVID and the risks of the vaccine. Now, we'd hope that if they're properly informed, they would accept the vaccines, but even when they are, if you then can't find a country that will allow them to disembark and be vaccinated, it just really perpetuates the problem. You know, the further problems are things like the delay between the first and second vaccines. So you can have one dose in one country, but the vessel's not going to want to stay there 2 weeks to the second dose. And if you go to another country, next port of call, they may have completely different procedures, different approved vaccines, and you're back to square one again. So there are real challenges that remain.
Yeah. Now, as many of you pointed out, the issue of the not conflicting but too many guidelines. We've seen guidelines from the ICS. We've seen, of course, the GMF KPIs issued on a monthly basis. We've seen guidelines from a number of organizations. In addition to the each local state issuing their own guidelines for their state. Do you think that all these guidelines have, let's say, and of course the awareness provided by the Global Maritime Forum KPIs, assisted the industry to move forward, or they have provided more conflict and more, let's say, room for disputes with the local assets and local players in each of these countries? Kate.
I would say that, you know, during the pandemic, a lot of the guidance and the protocols has been very helpful, you know, in helping everyone to manage operations and crew changes. But now I agree with everybody that certainly in terms of regulations and restrictions, everything's so fragmented, and, you know, there's too much it's ever changing as well. It's impossible to stay on top of it all. So I think that's got to be the focus of bodies like the ICS and ITF, is getting the ILO to pressure, you know, heads of government to try and, you know, ensure seafarer status as key workers and allow them to freely travel across international borders and make that whole process far more easy for them. Because it's not even just the crew change crisis that this impacts, it's global supply chain as well. Yeah, so simplification, that's really got to be the focus.
Yeah. And do you see any sort of a possible resolution to this? Maybe any sort of idea of how we should move forward with this?
Basically, because we're talking about the freedom of movement of seafarers, you know, it's really twofold. It's ensuring that they have that status as key workers. We remove the many barriers that they have to traveling internationally. That goes the same for any international transport workers. And also the vaccinations, you know, I think those two things are key to getting out of this crisis. So, and with the vaccinations, of course, it's, as we've been talking about, it's making sure that seafarers are prioritized for those vaccines and that they have access to them, you know, within the crew change timeframe that, you know, we're bound by. So, yeah.
Okay. John, your thoughts on all these guidelines and maybe any idea of how we should move forward?
It has been definitely a very positive step towards obtaining some form of homogeneous approach. At the same time, we are talking about public health. So countries override everything that is nothing more than a recommendation. It's natural for them to put the health of their citizens as priority number one. So we can see that no matter what are the recommendations, each country can pass a new law and override everything. So this is the main challenge that we have to face nowadays.
Okay, Christos?
I think that this is one of the rare situations that law science has followed the medical science. And why I say that? Because we see that there are different legislations based on how the community reacts on the virus itself. We see the Western communities, they react more logical or more rapidly. On the other way around, the Eastern people, they are a bit more reserved about how they can deal with things and how. So we see that on the same way that medicines and medical communities, they're not able to react properly on how to deal with the virus, the same comes to the legislation that every country adopts. So it's kind of a chaos for me, if you want my sincere opinion. Things are popping up from different directions without having a proper justification in some of the cases. I mean, for example, we just heard that Singapore has another peak again in the COVID positive cases, and they have decided a new protocol for the vessels that they will go for dry dock, which you actually know only when your vessel is going for dry dock, not earlier. So this creates complications in our day-to-day operation, in our planning, in the seafarer's life, in the vessel safe operations, because the top of priority of all shipping companies, I'm sure for that, is the protection of the life of the seafarers and of course of the cargo and environment. And we are coming always in the middle to try to figure it out, things that actually not even their own decision makers haven't finalized on how they should deal. I have to agree with Kate in regards to the steps moving forward, vaccination, and at some point uniformity of the legislation should come at some point in logic for all countries. And let's hope that the seafarers will accept the common sense that most of the people working at our offices are using, at least. Thank you.
Thank you. Arnold, would like to comment?
Yes, I would like to add to what John, Christos, and Kathy mentioned earlier. In a perfect world, yes, it's nice to have a common protocol or standard that we all, owners, crew managers, would follow. But the reality, it doesn't happen. Because of course, as mentioned by John, public safety is top priority of the government. So we, manning agents, ship owners, are actually on our toes, making sure that we are on top of everything. We know all the regulations that's happening. Otherwise, we will not successfully do any crew change. So that's the reality in the ground right now. So we regularly check with the local agent what's the protocol, just to make sure that we adapt to it. Otherwise, we will have problems. And worst, crew may be sent airport to airport. That's all.
Okay, Konstantinos?
Yes. I believe that the ability of each ship manager differs. So I fully agree also with Mr. Arnold that the protocols cannot have 100% uniformity, but they can have up to specific percentage. And internal diligence may be needed for a response strategy of each company. Nowadays, we became in shipping more proactive than we used to be, and because we used to be reactive as companies in the shipping industry. And the initial step for all of us is optimum collaboration and exchange of information among all members of the industry, either competitors or in the chain of shipping in general, because these timing conditions will assist for improvement, and dependent on the information, of course, then we move to the resource allocation. This is my personal thoughts that I believe we must collaborate in these dire times among everybody and between everybody in order all of us to help each other.
Thank you. Michael, your thoughts? Michael, you're muted.
Was I the first one? I think there have been decent guidelines put in place in many jurisdictions, but as I said, the guidelines often seem to be different, and perhaps more importantly, they're different depending on whether the crew are nationals of the port the vessel is in or not. So it's sort of continued lobbying for key worker status for seafarers and exemptions from movement and travel restrictions, I think is key to allow them to be repatriated and to prioritise them for vaccinations regardless of their nationality. I also think across the board, there really needs to be a bigger rollout of rapid testing, because you know, I think there's over 400 large ports around the world where testing is available, but hardly any of those provide rapid testing. So by the time the test's been done, it's been taken to the lab for results, come back again, there isn't time for the vessel to arrange a crew change before the vessel is scheduled to depart. So I think that's been an issue. Again, in terms of just the general status, I think there should be a setup of designated seafarer vaccination hubs in ports. And I know it's been mentioned earlier that some countries have been doing this. But it's important that this is done more widely, and they can be quickly and easily accessible to seafarers, that they can obtain vaccinations, they can obtain the care or whatever medical requirements they need. And I suppose more importantly for logistical situation, that there's appropriate booking systems that allow the companies to book slots for these things to happen. I think it's just crucial that the message gets across that if we do these things and there's uniformity, then it will benefit everyone, relieving supply chain issues, improving trade, and really helping the countries that are often the most restrictive and cautious.
Okay, now I would like to ask you to take your crystal ball now, moving to the future. I would like to ask you, how do you think that the whole vaccination crew change crisis will be resolved? I'm not asking when. That's going to be my last question, despite Katie provided some sort of, a rough figure of when we see this happening. I would like to ask you, how do you think this will be arriving into a more manageable, let's say, situation? Is it going to be, I assume we don't expect to have 100% vaccinated crews, I assume. So given that, in the same way that we cannot assume that the population within a country will be 100% vaccinated. So are we expecting to have, let's say, 80–90% vaccinated population across the globe? Are we expecting the arrival of pills? We expect a number of pills from the early next year, maybe onward. We expect that that the virus will make its, let's say, cycle and vanish, like something that happened in the past, maybe in the range of 3 to 5 years, and then maybe it's going to be past. What are we expecting in order for this crisis? Because from what we discussed so far, I'm not sure that we can have all these local governments, talk to each other and provide a smooth situation in order to have crew changes without any sort of significant barrier. Unless you expect something like that to happen, to have every country, providing a uniform approach or something like that, providing too many safe ports for vaccination and crew changes, and so on and so forth. So I would like to ask you to take your crystal ball and try to guess how this, situation will become smoother in order to be more manageable, let's say, without so many challenges that we are facing today. Katie.
I think we're starting to see already, an acceptance that vaccinations is certainly the pathway out of the crisis. And I think it's only logical that companies will start, although they're not doing it now, it's just maybe a matter of time before they start making vaccinations mandatory for seafarers. There's already a company in the North Sea doing that now. It was reported at the weekend. I don't think it's going to be very long before other companies follow suit, because the most effective way of managing the risk of COVID on board is making sure everybody's vaccinated on board. So you need 100% vaccination on board the ship. So I think companies will start looking at, as much as, right now it's all about supporting as many seafarers as possible to get access to vaccines, and to do that as quickly as possible. Certainly that's our focus at B Group just now as well. I believe it's probably a matter of time before companies start making it like yellow fever, you know, a mandatory travel document before you can join a ship.
Okay, and how about, I would just like to ask, I have to play devil's advocate at the same time, because no one else in the panel will. I would like to ask, how about making mandatory this vaccination? How about human rights? Because people are saying we have the right not to be vaccinated.
Yeah.
So how about that? How do we, you know, incorporate that in the era of diversity and inclusion?
Yeah. And that's something that everybody's been very sensitive about until now. So it's quite surprising to see companies actually saying, no, it's mandatory. If you want to work here, you have to have a vaccine. And I suppose that's within their rights, you know, regardless of the moral implications. You know, at the end of the day, and if it's okay under employment law, then they're free to do that. And then it becomes the choice of the employee as to whether they, you know, remain employed by that company. So it'll be interesting to see what the workforce reaction is to that policy.
Okay, Michael, you would like to comment?
Yeah, so just on that last point, really, is that it's correct, obviously, that previously or with existing contracts, if there's not a vaccination requirement in there, you normally cannot you cannot force the crew to have a vaccination. However, it's been a bit slow to be done, I think, across the board, but I think what will happen as we go forward is that it will become like the yellow fever vaccination. It will become a something that's just a standard obligation. And at that time, I think it becomes it should be okay in terms of human rights, because the seafarer has the choice whether or not to enter into the contract. Obviously, that becomes a lot more difficult if everybody's doing the same thing. Then it's almost, well, do you want to be a seafarer or not? But they at least have the freedom of choice into whether to contract or not. I think from a legal perspective at the moment, the legal problem is you cannot, if the seafarer has already entered into a contract, it's very difficult to then legally change the terms of the contract to force them into a vaccination that they don't want.
I cannot disagree, but I say I have to play devil's advocate here. Having something being moral, that does not necessarily mean that it's legal. Legal and moral being two separate issues. Now, we have to also take into consideration there are organizations like Katie's. I can name many organizations who have a significant social footprint, especially the large container operators and the large, let's say, cruise operators and so on and so forth, those who are listed and so on and so forth. How does that fit into their ESG agenda? I'm putting some difficult questions for all of us involved in this discussion. I'm just saying it's not that easy. Having something being legal, that does not necessarily mean that it's moral. So we have to, I think that's a discussion we have to have across the industry. I fully understand, however, the starting point, what Katie says, I fully respect that. We need to go to the extent possible with vaccinated crews, absolutely. And in that sense, I respect someone who says, yes, that's a condition of employment. If you want to work here, you have to go through this process. I understand that. Yes, Katie, yes.
Apostolos, just to clarify, that's not the stance that B Group takes. It's just my own sort of observation based on what seems to be going, companies seem to be going in the direction of that. So certainly that's not a stance that we've taken with our seafarers.
I understand that we're having a discussion here. You didn't say what we are doing. You said, I've seen operators doing this. I understand that.
Yeah.
Arnold.
Yeah,
like
thank you. Thank you, Apostolos. That's a very good question. Actually, we're seeing that on the ground. And the way other companies are doing that is that they don't make it appear that it's mandatory. So in their communication, basically they say that with the resumption of operation, the ports of destination would be requiring fully vaccinated seafarers or individuals. And if you are not fully vaccinated, you may be put in a very awkward situation where they may quarantine you or they may implement a more stringent protocol. So they also again reiterate the importance of being vaccinated. In fact, in the Philippines, we've been doing that for so many months, as mentioned by Kathy, because there is vaccine hesitancy before. So we made use of all the materials issued to us by ICS, GMF, and everything. And we have resolved that. Now, availability of vaccine is another issue. It's good that this October, around 1.5 million vaccine arrived to the Philippines, and they have prioritized basically the seafarers because they're part of the priority group. So once we have that, we're good. And also the certification, we need to contend with that, with the international certificate of vaccination certificate that is recognized around the world.
John, would like to comment?
Yes, thank you, Arnold, for sharing this good news to us for Philippines. I believe we all agree that certainly vaccination is the way to go. And what we do at this stage is we promote vaccination, either on board or at the country ashore. And we have provided some financial incentives as well for vaccinated crew members to make sure that even if there is any hesitation, we can fight against that. We will not oblige anybody, but we certainly believe that this is the way that we all need to work towards having fully vaccinated vessels. And as Christos mentioned before, we are close to 60, we're at 56, 57% on our fleet, and this is largely due to the calls in the United States. So we have to say a big thanks to the governments that took this initiative in Northern Europe, in the European Union in general, and United States.
John, besides the vaccination, I understand the issue of the vaccine. Are you putting any bets, any hopes on the bill or any sort of industry initiative and so on and so forth in order to have this crisis resolved to a smoother percentage, let's say, to where we stand today?
Apart from the vaccinations, Apostolos, what I believe is that the PCR testing, of course, is here to stay, but we need to differentiate something. We need to make sure that even if one crew member is tested positive, the vessel cannot be banned for 14 days straight immediately. So the same way that we are living with COVID ashore in all our countries, the same way shipping needs to continue operate, even if you have one or two crew members that have been affected on board. This at some stage will happen. We have the way to keep them isolated on board. We have the way to take all the measures necessary to avoid the spread on board, but at the same time, we cannot react to the government saying that no, as long as you have one positive, the case is over, and sit there and wait until we have a new COVID test after 14 or 20 days.
Maybe you would like to comment on something. No, that's okay. My mistake. Christos, your thoughts?
I share the same thoughts and wishes with the previous speakers. I think that's going to be a combination of all, Apostolos. I think it's going to be a combination of all. I think that the virus itself, it will go easier in the following years, I hope. The pills definitely will assist the people that they hesitate to have the vaccine. I hope that the vaccine next generations will be more drastic against the virus, so you will not get you will not receive the virus at all. And at some point, taking into consideration that we as an industry, we have the presence of the yellow fever. I hope that at some point it will be made mandatory, legally mandatory, okay? Not with the ways that Arnold and the previous speakers have explained, by sideways. I think that it's going to be a combination of all. This is my wish.
Okay, Konstantinos, your thoughts?
My thoughts, we talk a lot about vaccines. I would like to come back a little bit to the crew changes, because the Neptune indicator showed 7% of the crew on board being overdue with the contracts. And the funny thing is that we are talking about new regulations about vaccines, etc. And the basic regulations that comes when it's ILO MLC non-compliant vessel, because of the overdue contract ends on board of the officers, and approximately 1.3%, if I remember well, it was the last month of seafarers above 11-12 months, which is against ILO MLC. And if you do the calculation with the percentage, you see about 2,000 or 3,000 seafarers. And if you divide it, we're talking about over 1,000 vessels that are currently, as we speak, non-ILO MLC compliant globally, out of 50,000 merchant ships, which I don't see that's a small percentage from my part and my point of view. So there are many things going on in the shipping industry apart from vaccines. Everybody comes through the Neptune Declaration, says seafarers are heroes, etc., but at the end, I don't see the speed that is needed to prove themselves that they are trying to do the best for the seafarers. This is my opinion to sum up.
I hear what you say. I cannot agree more. I would like to ask you, what do you expect to see in order to see actions? Because actions speak louder than words. We've seen organizations too easily signing the Neptune Declaration. It should be in excess of 1,000 organizations signing this declaration. I would say, because operators don't say that, you see even big charterers signing the declaration and don't respecting the declaration on a number of ports. I'm not saying everywhere, I'm just saying in a number of ports. John mentioned earlier on the trade between China and Australia being one of the nightmare one. Absolutely. There are challenges over there. I'm not saying they're doing on purpose or something like that. I'm just saying there are challenges out there. So what do you expect to see in order to move from words to actions?
Based on all what the panelists said previously, if we connect the dots, we see that unfortunately, every ship manager has to have a response strategy plan, which I have also a presentation that follows, and it would be good for you to see it because I made good research on it. Because organizations generally are moving with their own speed, with their own clientele, their own agenda. So I don't see a collaboration among the players that impose regulations. So unfortunately, due to the open market, ship managers, ship owners, call them as you like, crew managers and crew manning agencies, unfortunately, they have to tackle with this changing environment. And this changing environment needs technology, needs a lot of collaboration, and needs generally sharing of information, which is not that much in our industry. This is my observations.
Okay. Michael, any other thoughts on what we discussed?
Just in terms of hopefully the fact that I think everything's been very, very slow for shipping. We seem to have been pretty much left till last, largely because governments are much more interested in, looking after their own populations. What we are starting to see here, at least in the press here in the UK, is a growing realization that it's taken sort of things like food shortages and Christmas to come up, but suddenly people are saying, oh, we're not going to get our products that are going to arrive in the next couple of months. And suddenly the public and the press have got interested. Suddenly it's become a bigger thing. In the UK, that's perhaps also been sort of combined with Brexit, because it's the same with the freight drivers. There's not enough freight drivers in the UK either, but it's all creating what has become more of a perfect storm in the UK, because suddenly more people are realizing that, what they normally can get in their supermarkets isn't there. What they normally would order at Christmas isn't here. And so finally, there's perhaps a growing realization across the growing, the general population. And hopefully that will help pressurize the governments and the authorities into doing things. But again, whether it's going to be a quick fix is another thing.
Okay, now we have to close the panel. I'll give you, let's say, a minute, maybe 70 seconds. I would like to ask you, as we move forward, your projections, when do you see this to be, let's say, smoothened out to a manageable extent, and what we should keep as we move forward? Where should we be aiming as we move forward? Something like a wish list, to put it in that sense, as we move forward in order to smooth out the situations. Kate.
I think going back to Konstantinos' comment about the crew changes, crew being overdue, that is one of our issues just now as well. And I think this is what's going to delay us getting back to normal, because we had so many crew on board for so long. They are now needing extended leave periods at home. They have family members becoming sick, so they're no longer available to come back into their regular rotations. So I think all that is going to take a lot of time to settle down as well. And then going forward, yeah, I think it's just going to be a lot of focus on having the right messaging around the vaccinations, combating misinformation, and just working together as much as possible with the various industry bodies to give seafarers access to those vaccines.
Okay. John?
Let me start with the wish list. I wish that all our vessels trade between ports that are convenient for crew changes. This takes a lot of wishing to become true.
That's a cheat list, not a wish list, that's a cheat list.
We will make sure that we prioritize vaccinations on board, being on board the vessels or even ashore before the vessels go, before the seafarers go back on board. And let me guess that all the good things happen during summertime. So by summer 2022, I think that the situation will be improved.
It's very optimistic. Christos, your thoughts?
I wish John is right. So, but this is not enough. No, I don't see 2022, John. I think that it's going to be a bit longer. I think it has to be a combination, as I already mentioned. I hope that the vaccines will get more efficient. The pills will be more drastically. The seafarers will, not the seafarers, the general population will accept the vaccine in general. And I still hope to a dream world on a uniformity of the industry. I still hope for a body that will be ready to react on situations like this. And Neptune Declaration took more than 13, 14 months after the pandemic, initiated in order to be declared, to start the negotiation about it, maybe 12, something like that, which to me it's a slow response. And shipping as an industry doesn't afford slow responses. We need to be quick, and we need to be drastic in our decision making, because it affects everybody's life. Thank you.
Jesus, I would like to just state, we have a discussion on the first panel, and one of the interesting points raised was that if we go back, let's say, traveling time 20 months ago, the industry was totally unprepared for what was about to happen. And if we asked ourselves, how about now, what will happen? Everyone would guess that's a very bad response we expect as we move forward. And now, as we, let's say, returning back to today, I think that the consensus is that the industry responded better than what someone would expect it, let's say, 20 months ago, but there is absolutely room for improvement in line with what we discussed here. There is room for improvement. We could have done things a little bit better, absolutely. But things are not so either good or bad. There's a lot of gray in this world, and I fully agree with what you said. There should be something like a mix out of it. Arnold,
Totally agree with you, Apostolos. No, the COVID-19 really, this pandemic was really unprecedented, and no one was really prepared to address it. However, I truly believe that the maritime industry was also quick enough to adapt to the changes brought about by this global health emergency. All industry players have worked hard, working together to ensure that we bring back the vibrant of this maritime industry. Now, we see cruise ships starting to operate again, opening opportunities to seafarers And our cruise line, actually, they are around 70 to 80% already back. I believe the COVID-19 pandemic has allowed us to be more innovative. It made us realize that there are more efficient ways to do things, especially with the help of technology. Moreover, there is a need to fast-track vaccination of seafarers for their protection and to prevent the spread of the virus. This will give confidence to other countries to open up their borders, to allow movement of seafarers, especially those who are fully vaccinated. This will address crew change. And also it's important that countries basically declare seafarers as essential workers. In my research, there are around only 25 countries. I don't know whether it has increased. Just like in the Philippines, very simple. For as long as you have an RT-PCR valid within 72 hours, you can join in the Philippines. We have a green lane.
Yeah. Thank you, Arnold. Konstantinos, your thoughts, final thoughts.
Yeah. First of all, I fully agree with Mr. Arnold. He said what is the real and pragmatic situation. But I believe that COVID will continue SARS 2 times. If SARS took 2 or 3 years, I don't remember, this will take more. But I'm not afraid on this, and I believe that the market will improve because 20 months ago, the charter rates were not good. Now, after 20 months, the charter rates of bulkers and containers, as you may see, they are good. So everybody thinks about doing crew changes. So I believe the crew change problem that we mentioned previously will be resolved. Is it Mr. Arnold? Is it correct? And because, as you may know, the crew changes now, it's about 3 times more expensive than it used to be 20 months ago. But now the charter rates are around 7 times more than the charter rates of 20 months ago. So, okay, if you do the calculations, I believe there is money to do the crew changes and assist the seafarers.
Konstantinos, to add some fuel to the fire,
yeah.
If you don't do crew changes, then you take ships out of the market, then the rates are going higher.
Yes.
So, to add some fuel to the fire, okay.
There are many things that you can play around. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Michael, your final thoughts to conclude the discussion.
I think going back to the initial point, which I think the response of ship owners and the maritime industry, the players generally, has been pretty good in what has been a hugely difficult time. As a club, we've been impressed in the main with how responsive members have been, how much care they've been trying to take for their crew. It's just often that those things have been made so difficult for them. Sadly, the same can't always be said for some of the other organisations and governments. But I think most systems are now being tested and the lessons learned. And the situation will become smoother. It has become smoother already. It will continue to become smoother as more and more people will be vaccinated. In terms of time frame, I agree it would be at least a couple of years for most to be vaccinated, and that's going to be the main driver to crew change, I think. One thing that we are, without wanting to be too pessimistic, one thing we were concerned about is that the Seafarer Happiness Index for the second quarter of 21 actually showed a steep drop in the average score since last year in the first quarter, with the main issues being these bans on shore leave, the delays in obtaining key worker status, minimal crew changes. So there is, at the same time, something that we all need to think about going down the line, which is these are going to have issues later on. The issues of long COVID and mental health problems on board, being on board for so long, are going to continue. But, I mean, to end on a positive, I think there has been a focus in the last few months on seafarer mental health and well-being. And I think that the understanding that that really is a big issue for crew in the long term will turn out to be a real positive.
Okay, thank you. I would like to thank you all for the excellent points. Interesting discussion. I would like to thank our viewers. I would like to ask those who are watching the live stream, have a couple of very interesting presentations before the awards. Stay tuned and we'll be in touch. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. My name is Konstantinos Galanakis, and I would like to thank SAFETY4SEA for me taking part in this virtual forum. I would also like to thank all participants, speakers, and attendees who participate in this forum. In the session of COVID impact, I focus on the measures and strategies of proactivity, sustainability, and response while operating in uncharted waters. In the first slide, we identify the new era changing environment and abilities diligence. This title represents the ability of companies' daily operations to continue undisrupted, develop and amend effective response measures and procedures, function and become agile and adaptable, digitalized in a faster pace and efficiently. The second ability of the companies is the diligence of how to secure onboard safety and crew welfare by proactively preventing potential infection that may be result due to onboard visits, port state control inspections, vetting from oil majors or charters, and so on and so forth. Secondly, accommodate reactive protocols in case of infection, monitoring travel restrictions and proactive scheduling, risk management of medical and other supply shortage on board, and lastly, operating remotely in cases of vessel delays. In this slide and in the following one, we bullet point and highlight the importance of the response strategy plan and proactiveness that should be a priority for every ship manager. We split this slide into two major categories. The first is the managerial concept that should rule in the ship management company and identify requirements and obstacles. In the managerial concept, a ship management company should always consider the planning for the worst. The monitoring governmental measures, updates, amendments, and coordinating such with risk management and constantly update the response strategy plan with great focus on proactiveness. Now focusing on the identification of requirements and obstacles, there are three central pillars that we need in our checklist. Measuring restrictions in various countries, building a map of eligible positions for crew changes, identification of critical voyages. Continuing to the second part of the response strategy plan and proactiveness, we have another two central pillars, proactive operations and proactive communication and welfare principles. These two categories are significant for sustaining the ship management company in unpredicted shipping scenarios. The proactive operations should focus on identifying potential crew changes defaults, identifying officer matrix potential non-compliances, especially to tanker ship managers, identifying resting hours compliance and risks for non-compliance, observing eligible timeframes, and at the end, evaluating regulatory implications. The proactive communication and welfare principles that should be a top priority are focused on collaboration of shore staff with onboard crew, support and focus on the crew that cannot repatriate, inform and update seafarers' families directly and indirectly through the manning agents or any other third party cooperating with the ship manager, and lastly, developing well-being on board and communicating the awareness of the ship management concerning the well-being focus. After the response plan strategy, we should focus on the daily operations management by identifying convenient ports, identifying weaknesses and strengths of each department of a ship management company, ensuring critical items like spares, stores, and provisions and remaining on board, estimating desired safety stock and cyclical replenishment, collaborating with third parties and exchanging information updates, identifying alternative options and more nationalities to streamline crew changes, measuring pragmatic adaptation and response to the operational conditions faced. Scenario building for proactiveness should be at always high priority for the ship managers. To attain all the strategies and policies we have placed, it is of high need to focus on our stakeholders and to the ship management policy. We may achieve this by creating communication channels through collaboration tools, keep everyone in the loop, clear and consistent communication. Concerning the ship manager's policy, the critical components to achieve this is to support critical operations, focus on tuning the procedures, working capital efficiency, revise and identify dangers and contractual clauses with third parties, seek further insurance policies to cover potential and unpredicted risks, and at the end, develop an emergency and cross-functional team to respond at any time. Summarizing the potential risks, we may identify and interpret the importance of the response strategy plan and the proactive measures needed. The potential risk categories in these dire times are operational risks, like increase of risk for a marine casualty, new restrictions from health and immigration authorities, and suspension on flights. Quality risks that are basically maintenance related, expirations of vessels, crew certification, incapability for inspections, vetting, quality controls. Last is cost-related risks, demurrages due to delays, unpredicted costs versus real budgeted, where all the above are causing working capital liquidity problems. All the above three come to connect with the crew-related risks, like crew fatigue, exhaustion, anxiety, and mental stress that may lead to failure in crew welfare. Adding to this, leakage of crew and risk of poor coherence due to delayed crew changes and non-well-structured and scheduled recruitments for keeping high retention rates adds a higher risk for operations. Lastly, comes the resting hours non-compliance and ILO MLC non-compliance due to overdue contracts of seafarers. To commute updates, El Victor has developed a COVID dashboard to its website, complimentary access granted to every visitor. Parallel to our website blog, we communicate the latest regulatory updates, circulars, announcements, videos, and newsletters related to COVID impact and COVID updates. We have added interactive COVID-19 updates and trackers in order our visitors to stay up to date with valuable coronavirus data summarized by confirmed cases, geography, testing, and treatment, projections, and economic impact. The visitor has also geomapping interactivity to track the coronavirus around the world. Various and multiple features are placed in our website that I don't want to go into detail. You are free to visit. And depending on notifications and updates, we inform live every single one of our seafarers. Last, we have developed in our cloud in-house ecosystem various reports and screens to monitor vaccinations, guidance for embarkation and disembarkation of all of our crew members, both on board and off board. We monitor 100% willingness of any seafarer to take a vaccine, update us on the vaccine schedule, report side effects our seafarer had on his vaccination, and report to us any COVID-19 infection or case. Parallel, we monitor and we check if every seafarer has received in his mobile through our coded HTML5 link that we provide, the embarkation and disembarkation guidelines, and through interactive screens provided through the link and the links we provide to the seafarers. They are able, every single crew member, to report specific information, update us on some cases, and we go through all the guidelines we provided and check if these procedures are completed and followed by our seafarers. Lastly, we monitor every seafarer and vessel and keep records important for all members and for the public health. I would like to thank you for listening to my presentation. I wish you health and prosperity. Thank you very much.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Firstly, I'd like to extend my thanks for being invited to share my perspective on what I call the airline dynamic. This is underpinned by the technology used on aircraft and how it could be employed to increase situational awareness and reduce incidents and claims within modern shipping. We hear a lot in the industry now about technological improvements, for example, big data and algorithms and the benefits that they hold for ship owners. This information is all around us now. And from my humble, whilst informed vantage point, these are innovations that will shape the future of the shipping industry over the coming decades. And with ships getting larger, claims are and may continue to increase and become more complicated to solve. This isn't a new concept, and there has already been extensive work and collaboration between the airline and shipping industries. Both transport goods all over the world, and when undertaking this, there is always risk. When things go wrong and accidents happen, regardless of the industry we find ourselves in, we are often reminded about the connection of the human component in such casualties. In the airline industry, we see strict rules and regulations that govern how flight crews go about their day-to-day business on the flight deck. And these have derived and evolved out of investigations into accidents to establish root causes and implement procedures to control and mitigate further incidents. And this is comparable to the work of our own marine accident investigation boards. In addition to the improvements and procedures, advancements in technology have played a massive part in the flight deck experience to assist crews in their duties by reducing workload and stress, whilst increasing situational awareness on board the aircraft. In a similar manner to innovations initiated in Formula One, whereby technology is developed and then filters into the cars that you and I drive, such procedures and technology have also been adapted and adopted by individual shipping companies with the direct aim of having a positive effect on the improvement of safety and situational awareness on board. Technology that has its roots in the airline industry includes equipment like head-up displays, or HUDs as they are referred to, and probably one of the most ubiquitous uses is in fighter jets. But we also have enhanced flight systems, and now augmented reality systems are also being developed. And we can see an abundance of opportunities for companies striving to develop this type of technology for the shipping industry. Head-up displays were historically developed for military aircraft, and the military invested heavily in this and have used this type of technology for decades, for the simple reason to give pilots a tactical edge in the battlefield. These units provide critical information to a pilot, and this does have several benefits, affording the pilot the information they need without actually having to look down at the instruments, and ultimately improve situational awareness while reducing the workload. These units are now commonplace in commercial and private jets and have contributed positively to the prevention of accidents in the airline industry. Enhanced flight systems are software-based systems that are used in conjunction with head-up displays, and they offer pilots assistance during takeoff and landing, for example, by providing information on takeoff, allowing the pilot to reduce the likelihood of what's known as a tail strike by pulling up too aggressively on the control column and damaging the aft part of the aircraft. During approach and landing, when engaged, it can assist in taking into account crosswinds and allow the pilot to focus solely on flying the aircraft and landing safely. The system uses a range of sensors, cameras, and radar, feeding information to algorithms which generate three-dimensional images which render the environment around the aircraft, displaying it on the pilot's head-up display. Thus, when flying in low visibility conditions, they can see a three-dimensional rendered image of the runway, or for shipping, a three-dimensional image of a port. Augmented reality. Firstly, what does the phrase mean, as it's often confused with virtual reality? Augmented reality, simply put, supplements or adds to the surroundings by providing data about your environment, allowing you to make decisions using both your senses and technology. The technology overlays data onto a pair of glasses, whereas virtual reality involves cutting off some of those senses completely. Augmented reality is the next progression from the technology discussed above. Think of the other technology as building blocks, and from a shipping perspective, augmented reality could take account of information from the passage plan, radar, and ECTIS chart information to build a comprehensive picture of the vessel's surroundings, thereby reducing workload and increasing situation awareness for the entire bridge team, as they will all be looking at the same information. This type of technology has applications for approaching, departing port, operating in reduced visibility or busy shipping lanes by assisting the mariner by analysing vessel movements and only including other vessels that pose a risk to the vessel in transit. This is an exciting new type of technology and one that I'm sure will have a significant impact on shipping in the years to come. The potential application for the shipping industry, and in particular navigational safety, are many. For example, when used in combination with AI and machine learning technology, augmented reality systems can detect, observe, and prioritize vessels that may be of concern to the officer of the watch or bridge team. One of the biggest things I did as a pilot was the tendency of members of the bridge team to have their heads buried in the ECTIS and radar, failing to look up and out of the window. With such systems on the bridge, the information provided would allow critical information to be relayed without the bridge team's eyes ever leaving the windows. The advent and subsequent adoption of any new technology, however, brings about the possibility that crews come to rely or become totally reliant on it, often to the detriment of such skills as manual ship handling, by a reduction of exposure to or feeling how a ship responds or moves to external conditions such as a heavy wind or strong current. These systems must be properly designed, set up, and most importantly, users need to be trained in the correct operation and interpretation of such equipment and the information available from it. The issues of automation dependency can be mitigated to an extent by the training of officers and crew, and this is perhaps one of the reasons why you see airline pilots spending so much time in simulators, practicing those manual skills to be able to control the aircraft both in routine and emergency situations during flight. I once came across one master who became so totally reliant on the dynamic positioning system on board his ship that he couldn't use manual controls in port. He would stop outside the port and set up the system and maneuver alongside using it. One day, he was placed in a situation which involved a sustained offshore wind. And when things went wrong, he didn't have those manual skills required to deal with the situation. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with this type of system, the DP system builds up a model of the environment using sensors that are attached to the ship, but it does take some time to build up. Just as the ship approached the berth, the wind dropped quite suddenly, but the thrusters were still going at a higher setting to account for the wind. The vessel was about 5 meters off the pier at this point and collided with the berth. A further example came when Ectus was first used, a vessel grounded. And although there were many reasons for this casualty, in this particular instance, the safety contours being used were inappropriately set and displayed false information to the watchkeeper, which they relied upon. Finally, manual skills such as ship handling are important for obvious reasons. Having the ability to use your senses at sea is equally important, but I would argue that the type of AR technology we have briefly discussed today would supplement our senses and not replace them. Indeed, tools such as augmented reality could be used as valuable on-the-job training tools for young officers, exposing them to and informing them on what a master is using to maneuver the ship safely and effectively. It will be exciting to see what the future holds for the maritime industry and the employment of technology to train, assist, and mitigate claims for the seafarers of the future. My name's Ross Millar, and I am from Steamship Mutual. Thank you.
Peers and friends, welcome to another set of SAFETY4SEA awards. And where has the time gone?
For yet another time, we gather all together virtually once again in the COVID reality to share the news of safety excellence in a challenging and demanding period for the industry. We hope in any case that you are safe during this time from wherever you may be watching us, and brace yourselves because we are about to begin unraveling the winners of this year's awards. So, off we go.
First off, the 2021 SAFETY4SEA Dry Bulk Operator Award. Bulk cargoes can sift, liquefy, catch fire, and even explode as a consequence of poor loading procedures. Ships can capsize, lose stability, or sustain severe structural damage. Such happenings enhance the risks involved and even lead to injury, death, insurance claims, operational delay, and considerable expense. Let alone operators must always comply with the mandatory requirements and adherence to procedures to enhance safety performance. It is now high time that we took a look at those who have excelled at this.
There can only be one winner though. The 2021 SAFETY4SEA Dry Bulk Operator Award goes to Marine Dry Management for conducting safe operations and embracing crew welfare. Congratulations, and we are so honored to be hearing from Captain Nikitas and Captain Kouvakas.
I'm deeply honored to receive the SAFETY4SEA Dry Bulk Operation Award for Marine Dry Management. Thank you all for nominating and voting for us, recognizing the hard work and efforts of our people on board and ashore. We dedicate this accomplishment to the late John Angelikousis, whose leadership and vision carved out the dedication to safety and strive for excellence. We have been nominated and awarded for two key elements: crew welfare and safe operations. We cannot emphasize enough how important and vital for us as a group is to focus on our crew welfare, not in words, but with actions such as establishing a mental health campaign, and support through surveys, availability of professional psychological support, a world's first well-being mobile application and provision of needed equipment, setting up a strong health team based in Athens and Manila, preparing and managing an effective COVID-19 management plan, vaccination programs ashore and on board, conduct a self-test on board and abundance of COVID personal protective equipment, forming a safe hub for crew and even rerouting vessels for crew changes, running a program for further improvement of internet speed on board.
We are privileged to be recognized and voted by industry professionals for our safe operations. Safety is a state of mind. It is about making the time and effort to take care of ourselves and those around us. This is an accomplishment of all our people who choose to integrate, focus on attitudes, provide reinforcement, and work as a team. This mindset is reflected on our KPIs such as lost time injuries frequency, expressing our company's ability to safeguard our crew against injuries and fatalities, have been during current rolling year for the first time 0. Safety deficiencies by PSE ratio is 55% less than the industry's average, and non-conformance ratio is 0.02 findings per external audit. Additionally, we achieved during the rolling current year 0 releases of substances, 0 ballast water management violations, and 0 environmental violations, signifying our commitment towards a greener future.
Nothing would have been achieved without the commitment of the Angelikousis family and the determination, resilience, and endurance of our seafarers who set the paradigm of social and personal responsibility. Once more, thank you all for this award.
Moving on, considering the hazardous nature of the cargo tankers carry, seafarers and operators need to always be alert and thoroughly trained and prepared to ensure the safe operations of the vessel. This is the case for the shortlisted nominees for this year's SAFETY4SEA Tanker Operator Award.
The winner for this year's award is Sun Enterprises for establishing a long-standing tradition of operating a safe and efficient fleet. Congratulations, Mr. George Fragos, the floor is yours.
Dear participants to the SAFETY4SEA 2021 Awards, good day. I'm George Fragos, the Managing Director of Sun Enterprises, and I'm extremely happy to receive today, on behalf of the shareholders of the company and of all our people working ashore and on board, the prestigious Tankers Operator Award. Sun Enterprises has been in shipping for over 140 years and started operating tankers 75 years ago. Through all this time, we have set our course in the industry using our core values and operating principles as a compass: integrity, meritocracy, adherence to safe and environmentally friendly operations, investment of building highest quality ships and maintaining them to the highest standards, and most importantly, focus on the development and empowerment of our people. Shipping is predominantly a people's industry, and whatever we have achieved in our long journey is due to the collective continuous efforts and commitment of our people. We strive to return this to them by providing a safe, secure, and rewarding work environment in which they feel included and engaged, and where they have opportunities to develop and prosper. We are particularly proud that 9 out of 10 of our captains and chief engineers have been members of the Sun family since their first service on our vessels as cadets. This outstanding retention is the clear outcome of mutual trust and mutual care, and is a cornerstone in ensuring that the highest safety, environmental and operational excellence standards are clearly visible to all our team members and to our business counterparts as well. It's even more rewarding and inspiring to have won the Tanker Operator Award in a very challenging year, with the COVID-19 pandemic putting tremendous additional pressure on our operations and on our people. Again, their resilience, their competence and professionalism has helped us successfully overcome the challenges of the last 18 months. It does make us feel stronger and face the future with optimism. I would like to congratulate SAFETY4SEA for organizing for a number of years now the SAFETY4SEA Awards in an outstanding way, but mostly for their invaluable contribution in the deepening and broadening of the safety culture in our industry through their numerous initiatives. I would like to thank the nomination committee, the panel of experts, and all the industry members who voted for us in the open voting process, for honoring us with their choice. It must have been a difficult decision among a number of excellent operators that were shortlisted for the award this year. The award is deeply appreciated and gives us strong inspiration to continue. Closing, I wish the best of health to everyone attending this event today, and smooth seas and safe voyages to our colleagues sailing on board at present. Thank you and stay safe.
The shipping industry currently accounts for approximately 3% of GHG emissions, but change is indeed coming. The eventual goal of full decarbonization cannot happen overnight, and it will likely require a range of solutions to make this happen. In fact, this is the very case for the shortlisted nominees for the 2021 SAFETY4SEA Sustainability Award.
The winner is ABS for embracing a sustainability and decarbonization agenda. Congratulations, ABS. Mr. George Plevrakis will accept the award.
Hello, everybody. I'm Georgos Plevrakis, Director of Global Sustainability here at ABS. We are absolutely humbled by this third consecutive award to ABS Sustainability. And it is a clear recognition of the efforts everyone in ABS is putting on supporting our clients at every step of the way to decarbonization and achieving sustainability excellence. We started this journey 3 years ago when we established the industry's first Sustainability Center in Athens. Since then, ABS has inaugurated 4 sustainability centers in 4 locations around the world. Our people have diverse background and expertise, including operations, ship design, alternative fuels, vessel efficiency, and environmental compliance. We are geared up to support our clients on every challenge around decarbonization, from complete guidance on EXI and CII to decarbonization strategy, sustainability reporting, and financing. ABS has recognized early that reaching the decarbonization target for 2050 will definitely be a challenge. And as we have established in our low carbon shipping outlook series, 2030 might be within reach, but 2050 will be a value chain gain. We will require policies that incentivize quick rolling out of carbon neutral technologies and a regulatory framework that rapidly addresses all safety issues that will arise. We will be asked to assess well-to-wake carbon footprint to deliver carbon neutral fuels, while at the same time address the immense scaling up of renewables that are required to deliver those fuels. And as this IMO strategy unravels, we can already assess the impact that the short-term measures like the EXI and CII have on the existing fleets and how these are already dictating new construction choices. And this award is yet another recognition of the value that ABS brings to its clients by helping them making the right decision in their decarbonization journey, staying close to them with our center in Athens. Thank you so much.
Training plays an integral part in ensuring success in any industry, let alone in our industry, which is a high-risk one. Selected crew members are the company's biggest asset, actually, since they get on board. So wrapped up in the safety and technological advances, seafarers need to understand the practical application of the theory. Training isn't just important, it is vital, as has been said. In fact, here are those who during a very challenging year have fostered training.
The 2021 SAFETY4SEA Training Award goes to Ocean Technologies Group for its ocean learning platform. Bravo! Let's hear from Manish Singh.
Dear friends, we at Ocean Technologies Group are deeply honored to receive this SAFETY4SEA award in the training category for our Ocean Learning Platform. This platform brings together the combined strengths of our 4 established learning brands, MTS, Marlins, Seagull, and Videotel, who have come together on a best of all basis to create this unified and truly transformative platform with the seafarer at the center of the user experience. Ocean Learning Platform unlocks access to the largest content library in the maritime world, with learning sessions becoming more intuitive to access and more immersive to learn from. We have also opened up the learning platform to allow our customers to configure their experience to the unique needs of their fleets and to introduce company-specific content. Further, through our close collaboration with OEMs, we have introduced a vast amount of type-specific content, including cloud simulation facilities such as the Wärtsilä cloud simulation available through the Ocean Learning Platform. Further tools like the virtual classroom make it possible for your shore-based and seagoing teams to collaborate in a way that was not possible before. This award gives us further confidence and encouragement to keep investing in new technologies and to continually improve safety and performance in the maritime sector. I accept this award on behalf of all of the Oceaneers, but also on behalf of our customers, our users, and industry partners without whom we couldn't perform. So, to all of you, to SAFETY4SEA, and to everyone that voted for us, a big thank you.
Technology is ever growing all around us, with blockchain, cloud-based technology, AI, and virtual reality becoming familiar terms across the shipping industry, as they offer huge potential to transform how organizations will operate in the future, enhancing safe voyages. For that matter, let's take a look at the 2021 SAFETY4SEA Technology Award.
The winner is Shipping for equipping seafarers with advanced tools for safe and productive voyages.
Congratulations! We're happy to be hearing from Offshore Perry.
We are honored and grateful to be selected for SAFETY4SEA's 2021 Technology Award for Breakthrough Technology Achievements. Breakthrough Technological Achievements is a big deal. So what is our technology exactly? We built Shipping 3 years ago to bridge the inherent gap between ships at sea and the teams ashore. We do that by applying computer vision, machine learning, and artificial intelligence to automatically identify events on board vessels that are related to cargo, safety, security, maintenance, and automatically deliver early hazard detection for the seafarers, for the crew on board, as well as digital logging of the events. We have patents on the communication of visual information from ship to shore that allow the seamless collaboration of the crew on board the vessel with the team that is sitting at the office. In addition, our visual analytics allow for tracking of critical KPIs to your organization, benchmarking vessels' performance, and sharing the good practices between across your fleet. More important than what we do is what is the value to you. We are privileged to be helping ship owners and operators reduce incidents on board vessels by over 40%, increase cargo efficiency by 8%, and deliver that unparalleled and seamless collaboration of ship to shore. All of that directly, as you can imagine, impacts your fleet performance and improves your bottom line. In the coming year, we're anticipated expanding on dozens of additional vessels and fleets and delivering seafarers with the advanced tools that they need to do their jobs in a safer and more productive manner. We are grateful for this recognition by the industry and SAFETY4SEA, and keep an eye out in the coming weeks as we have many exciting announcements to come. Thank you again. As always, we are at your service.
Although very accustomed to its traditional practices, the shipping industry is actually entering an era of advances with the aim to build a more resilient safety culture. So let's take a look at the shortlisted nominees for the 2021 SAFETY4SEA Initiative Award.
Britannia P&I Club, you are the winner of the 2021 SAFETY4SEA Initiative Award for the Be Safe for Active Safety campaign.
Congratulations. Let's hear from Mr. Jacob Damgaard.
Dear all, it truly is a pleasure and a very big honor to be able to address you all here today in order to accept the SAFETY4SEA Initiative Award on behalf of Britannia P&I for our Be Safe campaign. When we first talked about developing the Be Safe campaign, we never envisioned it come this far and that I, here tonight, would be accepting the award on behalf of Britannia. We decided to develop the Be Safe campaign in order to provide our members and the seafarers with some useful and practical advice, enable them to influence the behavior on board, and by that prevent injuries and therefore also losses. Being safe is not just about safety, it's also about well-being, health, and feeling secure. This is why the Be Safe campaign focuses on these three main topics. Furthermore, it also provides reflective learning, which we have issued every month through our Be Safe case studies. I believe a combination of all these have made the Be Safe campaign quite unique and appealing to all kinds of ship owners and seafarers out there. It can easily be adapted into their current safety work or future, or be used as standalone in order to enhance safety on board. Something we definitely didn't envision when we started the work was the COVID-19 pandemic, which of course have influenced us all a lot through the last couple of years. But most of all, seafarers have been influenced, and it has highlighted the use for online campaigns and training such as the Be Safe campaign, but also on the well-being of seafarers through this difficult time. The Be Safe campaign always focused on well-being, but in order to provide our members with even more useful advice, we chose to team up with the Sailor Society in order to also promote their Wellness at Sea campaign as part of Be Safe. This has enabled us to provide our members and the seafarers with ongoing advice and help through this difficult period. I would like, on behalf of Britannia P&I, to thank everyone, both outside and inside Britannia P&I, who had assisted in developing Be Safe. And most of all, I would like to thank everyone out there who have voted for us. I think all the candidates for this award was very good. So I'm extremely pleased that you chose to cast your vote on us. So again, on behalf of Britannia, thank you. It's a big honor to receive this award here tonight. Thank you.
It is a fact that the pandemic has actually brought unprecedented challenges affecting all sectors as well as everyone's lives, and especially our seafarers who keep the world moving but endure months of difficulties and isolation.
What is more, port restrictions, changes in the shipping industry, and the feeling of unknown that the COVID-19 has brought is affecting seafarers tremendously. For that matter, let's acknowledge the shortlisted nominees for the 2021 SAFETY4SEA COVID-19 Resilience Award.
And the winner of the 2021 SAFETY4SEA COVID-19 Resilience Award is Iswan, for assisting more than 40,000 seafarers worldwide since COVID-19. Very well deserved indeed. We are so honored and happy to be joined by Mr. Simon Grange.
I'm Simon Grange, Chief Executive of the International Seafarers Welfare and Assistance Network, more commonly known as ISWAN. I and my team are delighted that ISWAN has been awarded the SAFETY4SEA COVID-19 Resilience Award for assisting more than 40,000 seafarers worldwide since the pandemic began. It's been a tough 18 months for the maritime industry, and in particular for seafarers. If it wasn't for them, none of us would have the food, medicines and essential supplies to get through these unprecedented times. So for ISWAN, it's been a privilege to support seafarers, and we will continue to do so in the months and years to come. I particularly want to thank my team here in the UK, in India, the Philippines and West Africa for all their hard work throughout the pandemic. We have kept the Seafarer Help Helpline open 24/7, 365 days a year. We've provided direct support to seafarers who've been abandoned or unable to get home. We've administered crisis support funds, and we've helped gain access to vaccinations. I'm proud of what we've achieved and humbled by this recognition of our work. But the work is not yet done. Seafarers still need support, and we will continue to do whatever we can to help them. Thank you.
Moving forward, personality stands on top of all. Who can say otherwise? Strong work ethic, tenacity, punctuality, courage and diligence are all skills that set the pace of thriving organizations, and we pay tribute to, with this year's SAFETY4SEA Personality Award, Mrs. Gillian Carlson-Jackson, President of the Nautical Institute, for empowering women in maritime and steering the Nautical Institute and the industry to meet the important challenges of diversity and inclusion and managing the impact of technology. Let's hear from Mrs. Athina Kanellatu of MacGregor.
She would rather walk alone in the darkness than follow anyone else's shadow. With the wisdom to know the right path and the integrity to take this. In a journey dedicated to prepare for the future by doing the best today. An experienced maritime technical advisor, presenter and chairperson with a passion for communications technologies, education standards, development, vessels tracking. Dynamic leader, raising public awareness on role models within the maritime industry, with expertise and enthusiasm exceptional and infectious. The president of the Nautical Institute, Ms. Gillian Carlson-Jackson, navigates the maritime community to new horizons, riding the waves of diversity and inclusion, engagement and technological impact. With over 30 years afloat in the shore experience, Gillian has served the Canadian Coast Guard, the International Association of Marine Aids to Navigation and Lighthouse Authorities, and Australian Maritime Safety Authority. The latest years, Gillian is Maritime Technical Consultant with prestigious roles. Director of Global Med, represents the Nautical Institute as Chair of the Emerging Digital Technologies and the Personnel and Training Working Group. This expert has clear vision, exemplary soft skills, open mind, commitment to support a diverse and inclusive maritime industry, and the passion to empower the shipping professionals facilitating the future. With the belief that education is not preparation for life. Education is life itself. Being smart to evolve and adapt to the changing environment, she invites us to join forces to address the new challenges arising from an increased digital and autonomous environment, trust in effective use of technology, and new ways of communication with global and local focus, positive influence and inspiration. On behalf of McGregor, it is my honor to award 2021 SAFETY4SEA Personality Award to Ms. Gillian Carson Jackson, the charismatic personality, the visionary leader who provides inspiration and knowledge to the maritime professionals around the world, shining a spotlight on equal opportunities to unique people. Maritime matters. As diversity is a fact of life, inclusion is an act. Let us celebrate the new potential, not regarding differences as similarities, but regarding differences differently. Congratulations.
At this stage, let's watch what Mrs. Gillian Carson Jackson has to say. Thank you and kudos.
Thank you. I'm overwhelmed and humbled to have been selected to receive this award. I started out my career in this wonderful industry just a few years ago as a teenager out of high school. The training I received as a navigation officer cadet from the Canadian Coast Guard College put me onto a course that has taken me further than I could have ever imagined. From my very first sea phase, I was aware of the importance of empowering women in the maritime industry. I strive to build on the path that has been laid before me, recognizing the many strong women who have been working in maritime for decades. I feel it is important to have visible leaders who represent the full diversity in our industry. If you can see it, you believe it, and then you can be it. And we need that diversity in the industry now more than ever. Diverse input creates innovative solutions. We need diverse views and input to provide a strong and resilient future as we continue to see increased digitalization within the maritime industry. In addressing developments in technology, I believe we need to focus on effective regulatory structures, implemented with robust, redundant, and reliable technology that address the societal values, the ethics, and the environment within which we operate. It was the focus on values that led me to join the Nautical Institute, working with the many maritime experts within my branch and then within the global reach of the Institute. I have had a chance to expand my horizons, to learn more of this multifaceted industry. The Nautical Institute continues to work to support maritime professionals across the globe. This award may reflect my accomplishments over the past decades, but any accomplishment achieved has not been mine alone. There are so many others who have worked with me, who have helped me on my way and, when required, picked me up and put me back on track. They provide emotional and practical support in so many ways, as mentors, as colleagues, friends, and family. It is indeed an honor to accept this award, which strengthens my resolve to continue my efforts to empower women in maritime, support diversity and inclusion, embrace and manage developments in technology, and work to implement effective education and training to address the future skill sets for maritime professionals. Yes, we are living in challenging times. Together, we can face these challenges to build a strong and vibrant future. Thank you.
A great leader is more than just hierarchy, has been said. Namely, leadership is one of the most critical components to overall effectiveness, either with regards to safety of a ship at sea or the overall efficiency ashore. Where there is no vision, there is no hope.
As Ronald Reagan said, the greatest leader is not necessarily the one who does the greatest things, but the one that gets the people to do the greatest things and attain outstanding results.
So, less words, more actions. So it is with great honor that we announce that the 2021 SAFETY4SEA Leadership Award goes to Mr. Vasilios Dimitriadis, Shipping Deputy Minister to the President, Republic of Cyprus, for leading the Shipping Ministry of Cyprus and the industry through the turbulent pandemic to care for the seafarers and provide pathways for sustainable shipping. Mrs. Athina Kanellatu will make the introduction.
Life's roughest storms prove the strength of our sails and anchors. Cannot cross the rough sea merrily by standing and staring at the water. Great leaders set out to make a difference. With the capacity to translate vision into reality, Mr. Vasilios Dimitriadis is seasoned maritime policy expert, known for his extensive work within the shipping industry and contributions to the European Union, wealth of shipping knowledge, policy development experience, and the ability to adapt to multicultural environments. An exemplary listener who promotes a team spirit, takes initiatives to bring forward proposals for policy formulation and implementation, and converts priority challenges into team objectives, action plans, and results. A visionary leader, Cyprus Shipping Deputy Minister, demonstrating organization skills and the ease to transfer valuable knowledge and experience, working towards his ultimate goal, to continue Cyprus' growth as a leading maritime hub and influencer, a strong cluster and flag. With empathy and respect to seafarers, responding fast and effectively to new challenges, Mr. Dimitriadis' door is always open for the members of the big shipping family of Cyprus. He treats all stakeholders as partners and ambassadors of the small island competence and reputation as leading maritime center, with its registry ranking third in the European Union. With pride and a clear orientation for the future and active role in the formulation of the global and European maritime agenda, Mr. Dimitriadis focuses on competitiveness, resilience, and proactive approach. Effective cooperation and collaboration between regulators and the industry, sustainable shipping initiatives, advancement of technology and education, building a new culture for seafaring and maritime professions to explore the blue growth potential. On behalf of MacGregor, it is my honor to award 2021 SAFETY4SEA Leadership Award to Mr. Vasilios Dimitriadis. Innovative, entrepreneurial, with focus on getting things done, intellectual and dynamic, with a passion to shape the future. For a leader is the one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. Congratulations.
Let's give the floor to Mr. Vasilios Dimitriadis. Congratulations.
It is my pleasure to receive the SAFETY4SEA Leadership Award, which I would like to proudly accept by thanking the SAFETY4SEA editorial team for this great honor. As we all know, the shipping industry is going through an era of immense change, and the last 18 months have been extremely difficult for the entire maritime sector. Yet, adversity often breeds innovation, and we have seen significant progress in areas including digitalization and meeting the ever-present decarbonization challenge. I have had the honor of working in shipping for 23 years now, at the national, European, and global level. This has enabled me to promote safe and sustainable shipping, and I have always strived to create a level playing field. I firmly believe that a united and action-based approach is key to driving positive change. As Cyprus Shipping Deputy Minister, I have been dedicated to forging a renewed culture and mindset which places Cyprus at the heart of positive change for the industry, promoting a new image and an extrovert approach for shipping to the global and regional regulators and to the civil society. As a team, we are proud to have been part of finding practical measures to facilitate crew changes and to adopt a national plan to vaccinate 40,000 seafarers, and remain committed to ongoing support of seafarers as many challenges remain. Cyprus proposed a realistic global approach to delivering COVID-19 vaccinations to seafarers to the IMO, the European Commission, the International Chamber of Shipping, and the International Transport Federation. The proposal was then formally adopted by a resolution by the International Labour Organization. This was a crucial step in solving the vaccination challenge, allowing global bodies to proceed collectively with more decisive action. If we can learn anything from the last 18 months, it is that collaboration, adaptability, united initiatives, and tangible actions make a real difference. As an industry, we must continue to adopt this approach as we navigate the ongoing challenges presented by decarbonization and digitalization. We have recently announced our long-term strategy for Cyprus shipping, which has been crafted in collaboration with local and international stakeholders. It demonstrates Cyprus' commitment to taking a proactive and sustainable approach to finding solutions which deliver positive change on a local, regional, and global level. I'm honored to be recognized for the Leadership Award today, and thank my colleagues and partners in contributing towards making a real difference. I would like to dedicate this award to the entire team at the Cyprus Shipping Deputy Ministry. Without their dedication, this success would not be possible. As a team, we look forward to continuing with passion and perseverance to create a greener, safer, and more sustainable future for shipping. Thank you.
So, that was it for another year. Thank you for joining us today. Have a great day ahead. Congratulations and best wishes to the winners and the shortlisted nominees of this year's honors for all their efforts fostering safety excellence in the industry.
Thank you to our sponsors and the great SAFETY4SEA team for bringing this event to life, as we hope to see you again soon. Until then, stay safe.